Welcome to Snowmobile Sessions Live on YouTube and your favorite podcast platforms. It's the #1 destination to learn about snowmobiling, network with other sledders, and have an awesome time doing it. We'll meet other snowmobilers that share your passion and show your fan photos along the way. Snowmobile Sessions Live. Enjoy the ride.
Today, we take a moment to remember and honor the brave men and women who have served and sacrificed for our freedom. This is a day to reflect on the courage of our veterans, past and present. Let's take a moment of silence and gratitude for our heroes who gave up everything so we can enjoy the ride, lest we forget.
This episode of Snowmobile Sessions Live is brought to you by Energy POWERSPORTS. They're Oakville's full-line BRP dealer with sales and service to all BRP models and so much more. Energy POWERSPORTS always has the fun in store with a wide selection of clothing, parts, and accessories for all your powersports passions. Make Energy POWERSPORTS your source for Can-Am off-road ATV and side-by-sides. Can-Am on-road Riker and Spider, including the sporty F3S. Ski-Doo watercraft and Switch pontoon boats. And Alumacraft fishing boats powered by Mercury Marine. Put yourself on a Manitou pontoon or a Widescape stand-up snowmobile. Energy POWERSPORTS is the home for Lynx and Ski-Doo snowmobiles for the entire family. Do you feel the energy? Energy POWERSPORTS, 879 Cranberry Court, Oakville, Ontario, or online, energypowersports.ca.
All right. Welcome to the show tonight, everybody in the chat, everybody watching on YouTube, and everybody watching on Facebook. We're here tonight, back by popular demand. One of my most popular shows still today is Accelerated Technologies, JOHN SHARRARD, the guru of suspension. How are you doing tonight?
Good, good. That was because of all the nudity, right, in that show?
It could be. You got big boots to fill. And then Redneck Dirty Hands come on, and he shot your record, you know? So I don't know, maybe that's a thing. You need a case of beer and a beer pyramid set up there if you're going to tackle.
Like Bob and Doug McKenzie.
Oh, for sure. For sure. So a lot's changed, actually. That was about 3 seasons ago. And a lot in the snowmobile world's changed. Smart SHOX was come out, I think, the year after you were on the show. I think it was in development at that time, and there was hearsay, and then we had Polaris's answer to that. For Arctic Cat, the list goes on. How have you been adapting to all this stuff?
It's been exciting. There's nothing like progress to keep you on your toes. You know, shock technology is constantly evolving. It's very similar, but the way we're controlling it is evolving. And that's where we gotta stay current, and we gotta learn, and we've been having a lot of fun doing that. So it's an exciting future to be in the power sports arena for sure.
Oh, absolutely. For those that don't know who Accelerated Technology is, do you want to give a little rundown on how you got started and where you're at today?
Well, I think speeding tickets was the reason for the whole company at one point in time. It got me off of the street and into professional racing. And that was back in right around the early 90s, I think, is when I started riding on track at Shannonville, and sold my street bike and embraced competition. And I think I won a couple national championships, and then went pro and won another championship and raced in the US, and then raced all through the 90s and into year 2000 when I retired or quit. I don't know if you ever retire from racing. But then I was hired by Honda to build all their factory equipment in-house for a 1-year contract. And I worked for them for 2 years, preparing their super bikes and their 600 programs for their, Crevier and, all the current racers of that time. And then I was hired by Kawasaki for 2 years, and then I was hired away by Pascal Picot from Granby, Quebec, to help run his effort. And all the time we were learning like crazy. And I had so many people coming up to me at that time and asking for help to tune their suspension on the road race tracks. And yet I had these full contracts with the race teams. So around about 2007, 2008, I declined another contract renewal and started to go out on our own, basically do consulting. And I'd take my trailer to the racetracks and try to help everyone as much as I could. And that was super well received, and we were crazy busy. But then our business would just die in October when the road race season shut down. And then it would get busy again after the bike show in January, and then go. So it left us time to kind of apply what we were learning into the snowmobiles that our family, my wife and I, and our young kids at that time were enjoying, and my friends. And so, wow, what lessons we learned from road racing about springs and damping and squat, weight transfer, pitch, roll, data acquisition, all that stuff we were able to bring into snowmobiling, which was pretty untapped market at that point for that kind of tech. And man, we learned so much, and we learned quickly, and we started to apply things, and we began a relationship with Elka suspension, from the road racing days, and I had them build me a set of snowmobile shocks. And they said, "Oh no, we don't want to get into that." They were global leaders in ATV, POWERSPORTS, side-by-side racing, ATV racing, but hadn't dug into the snowmobile market. And I said, "Yeah, okay, just build me a set of shocks 18 inches.
Make me something." Yeah, that's right.
I said, "Never mind." And so anyway, I put a set of those on my Yamaha Vector at the time. And oh my God, the improvement in that machine was unbelievable. And then I handmade a rear shock out of prototype parts. The skid on that was a very falling rate skid. So I was able to make a rising rate coilover shock with triple rate springs. And again, massive improvement in the bump capability, control, safety. We always push safety first because if you're safely in control of your snowmobile and your side of the trail, you can go a little bit quicker and still be a safer rider out there. But that, great power comes great responsibility, right? So that began that relationship, and we started going to the snowmobile shows, introducing Elka shocks and what we could do. And now we're so busy, and I thank my snowmobile customers so much. Even when we're faced with a crappy winter last year, I know Mother Nature, whoever's in charge there, is going to give us a great one this year. But our customers have been behind us, and we've been learning and applying what we've learned. We started developing products to help the rider do a better job and stay safer and have more fun. And it's just been a fantastic journey.
Yeah, that's amazing. And
in a nutshell, how we got to today, anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's and to think that you're now the one that brought Elka to the snowmobile world, and I laughed about a month ago. There was on social media. You probably heard from the guy, and he said, "I bought this snowmobile, has Elka shocks on it, and my dealer doesn't know anything about Elka, and nobody knows who did I talk to about Elka?" And the whole chat lit up. John, Accelerated Technologies. John, Accelerated Technologies. John, it's basically, there's only one person you should talk to about shocks, and that's John.
Yeah. Well, it's so cool, and thank you for that. But this last year, we've reached an agreement with Elka. We signed an engineering agreement to design all the snowmobile product in this building for them. So we're, and I'll talk about that later in the show, but we're currently designing the shocks for the Summit, the Expedition, the new Gen 5 trail machines, backcountries we've got on the wish list, and a bunch of neat stuff that they've put their trust in us with to do fitment, create prototypes, and then follow up on the shock dyno with developing strategies, and it's been super exciting. I just somehow need to clone myself to get it all done. But yeah, it's been amazing.
That's wild. Yeah, I love it. And now talk a bit about, like we talk about, you say about safety, and that's the key thing everybody's saying about, the sleds are so powerful now, stock, and now they've got the 850 turbos out and that type of thing. Where do you fit in that whole mix of safety and performance?
Well, that's a great question, Gary. And I've ridden some terrible snowmobiles in my life, and I remember I went on a demo ride, and I won't pick on the manufacturer, but they're no longer making snowmobiles as of this year. But no, hey, I've been a Yamaha fan my whole life, and they were behind me for road racing for 10 of my factory years, and I still have great love for the company. But yeah, I went on a demo ride program with them and showed up there with my helmet and hopped on a Vector. I think it was a Vector at the time, and jumped on the gas and headed down the trail, and almost couldn't make the first corner. I touched the throttle and the skis were in the air, and it went straight, and then they came down and lifted the inside ski, and I was on the other side of the trail, and it was like, holy crap, I'm doing like 35 kilometers an hour, and I'm out of control. And so I called up John Bayless at the time, and a good friend of mine, and I said, buddy, I'll do it for free, but you got to let me set some of these demo sleds up for you, because somebody's going to kill themselves. And they have all the adjustability in the world, but unless someone, and I don't put the onus on the dealer, although we probably could or maybe should, but they don't have the expertise, I don't think, or the time to really train every customer on how to set up their snowmobile. And really, it takes me an hour and a half, when somebody's here getting a setup, to walk them through how to set up their machine and what all these adjusters do, how to make the most of them. And the underlying target is safety. And I envision, I've been on a snowmobile, my sled, for example, I could come through a corner at 50 kilometers an hour with a coffee in my hand, right? And yet I've been on other sleds where the ski's in the air and I'm doing half the speed and I'm terrified. And so if I can provide our customers with the ability to set their machines up, give them the products to do it, and a little bit of the background on tuning, oh man, we're all going to be so much better off. And that maybe that one bill I give them to do that, they've got that knowledge for the rest of their life on their next machine and their next machine and their next machine. They'll know how to set preloads and what to do with the compression and the rebound if they have it, and how to set the limiter strap or not, when to lengthen it, when to shorten it to give them a machine that they're happy with,
Well, and I think the value for service is there. Like I know a ton of people that return to you year after year with their brand new sleds, and you gave them the knowledge and they know what to do, probably mentally, but they just go, John, you just take it and when to pick it up, right?
We're so honored and we're so fortunate, because we'll do that. We'll meet a customer for the first time and maybe make sure they got the right torsion springs, maybe a dual rate kit on the skis, set the limiter strap, and then train them on the machine, right? And what to do if it's cold or if it warms up, and the skis start to push, understeer, whatever it may be. And then they leave and they phone after the snow's flying, they're like, oh my God, it's so much better. And it does everything you told me it was going to do. And we always say, hey, did you adjust the limiter strap, or did you add preload to the rear when it started to accumulate snow in the tunnel? And they're like, no, I didn't touch it. No. It was perfect. And I'm like, there's no way it was perfect. We gave you the ability to maybe keep it really, really, really good, but you got to play around with settings to find perfect. And then they phone in the spring and say, oh, I snow checked an XCR. I'm bringing it to you the day it arrives, and we can do all those same things again. And so, if we took a tour around this room, there's 25s in here and 24s in here. And we're so honored to have people put their trust in us, as you mentioned, Gary, again and again and again with each new machine. And to get it right and save them. Winter can be pretty short, and you don't want to spend. I've been 2 years dicking with some snowmobiles trying to get them working right back when I didn't know anything, and now we can kind of hit it out of the box and then keep it there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, think about that. You're making such an improvement that the people don't touch it, and in your mind, it could be tweaked even better.
Oh yeah.
And they're going that, man, this is night and day. I'm just gonna leave it, like.
Oh yeah. Well, they had a sled that was maybe here, and then another one that was here, another one that was here, and then we give them one that's here, and they said perfect, and we're like, no way, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So.
For Smart Shocks, I guess Ski-Doo tries to do that from the factory. Give someone a 3-position setting on the dash that they can switch on the fly, and let the ECU just decide, compression, rebound on the fly. How do you make that process even better when it comes to something like Ski-Doo or the new Polaris? I don't know whether you've touched much on that.
Yeah, it's funny how, I don't know whether there was a meeting that the manufacturers had to decide that there would only be 3 settings. The Fox QS3 and the IQS from Cat and Yamaha with the 3 options on the dash, and then the EA3, the new shock from KYB, and the QS3R. Yeah, they seem to think that the average snowmobiler has 3 channels in their brain, I think. But there is definitely a desire out there from the riders to keep it simple, right? I think they're afraid of all the options of compression and rebound, probably because they've never been accurately trained on what those 2 adjusters do, compression and rebound. So they want it simplified. They want it easy. And the Smart Shocks was BRP's answer to that. And from the dash, you got comfort, sport, and sport plus, which I haven't joked about very often, but come on, there's not a third word in there than sport plus. But it is a brilliant system. And from my workings with Precision EFI, our partners in Quebec, who allowed us to get into the BRP Bosch ECU, and they figured out how to get in there and make changes on their engine side for the boost and the fuel management properties of it, and they allowed us to get in on the suspension side, and we were able to open it up, look at the compression and the rebound settings for the 3 maps, and what they were doing with low and high speed compression, and then start to make some dramatic improvements, bringing our knowledge base to the table, to kind of sprinkle that in. So it was super exciting and fun to step into that level, because up until then, this was it, right? That's how we got in. We did our thing with shocks, but now we can open the laptop up and we can look at the rear shock, and then brilliantly they've got algorithms in there to add damping as the vehicle speed increases. They can the BRP system with Smart Shocks, as you turn the handlebars, it can stiffen the outside ski, which has pros and cons. If you got it sideways in an oversteer situation, it can get exciting, but there's so much capability there, and being closed loop, like they're putting in a correction into the damper, and then they can watch it on the telemetry on the position sensors. So it's so neat to be able to swim into that pool and make some changes and then ride the machine and go, oh my God, that's so much better. So just that whole Smart Shocks thing is an exciting part, and we're going to see, as the technology becomes more affordable, I think we'll see it on more and more models. And there's a side-by-side version of it. And then this year, as you mentioned, earlier this year, we played around with the Dynamics Fox system on a customer side-by-side, and was what had the same dash up where it's showing like 4 LED graphs of the 4 corners, the 4 dampers, and you could select, hey, 3 modes. You could select those 1 of 3 modes for a base performance setting. And then as you hit the throttle, you could see it stiffen up the 2 rear shocks, and as you hit the brakes, you could see it stiffen the front shocks on the front wheels. And then you turn the handlebars or the steering wheel one way or the other, and it would stiffen that corner shock. So they're doing with it with IMUs, inertial measuring units, and sensing what the vehicle's doing. So their system is not closed loop. It's just throwing inputs to the shock absorbers based on what it thinks you want. And it's pretty damn good too, you know. So it's a pretty neat time to be involved in the suspension part of that world.
We're 3 years on snowmobiles with Smart Shocks, and I believe it was 2019 that they came out in the side-by-sides, and it's still a mind-boggling technology to have in power sports. Because like electronic dampers have been a thing since the 90s in Formula One. Some teams were testing them, and they've been on race cars, I'm sure that you know, and Porsche, Lamborghini, all of them have active dampers. But to have that on a snowmobile is game-changing. I remember the first time we tried Corey Brock's 850 XRS, it was like, this is huge. Like, this is a game changer, the snowmobile industry. And then, it just gets better every single year, we find. Granted, last year, with the short season, speaking on suspension tuning past Smart Shocks, like the other things that are still available, like the limiter strap adjustment, we had some steering issues, and we should have dove into stuff like that, as people left hundreds of comments about after we put aftermarket skis on it. But with the short season, it's hard to do it. So that's why I think it's great with taking people's machines in and you're a really trustworthy guy in the tuning department. You know your stuff. So,
for sure. There's a couple questions I want to get to from the chat. Sled Tube asked, do you use a limiter strap exclusively to tune the amount of bite your machine has when going from a factory ski to a more aggressive C&A ski, for example? Excellent question. We had 3 wonderful customers in today that drove up from New York to let us do our thing, and they all had C&A Pros on them. And I asked them, what was the incentive to go to that ski? Because I own a set of C&A Pros, and in the right snow conditions, they are the bomb, right? They've got a nice long keel, a deep keel, an aggressive shaped keel. And when the snow is soft, they will turn better than most OEM skis. But if it's hard packed, that keel is a workout, right? So I find there's a lot of, and gimmicks isn't the right word because they're effective. There's a lot of products out there in the snowmobile industry that were designed to solve a problem, right? Tuner skis from Yamaha. Remember those things that had the 2 keels down them? They were shorter, but there's twice as many of them. So, they had all kinds of carbide solutions, and hence the name tuner, and allowed us to try to eliminate darting or reduce darting and keep bar effort low, and yet have a pretty good ski. And that's the whole thing with tuning a snowmobile that we can accomplish with a stock ski and with even a stock carbide. We obviously, of course, like to match the carbide aggressiveness and length of the carbide to the track lug height and the studs. And we do have our favorite carbides, Bergstrom triple point, that we use here. They're tough and they're good. But to circle back to the question, yes, what the limiter strap does is if we put the machine on digital scales, right? And we see I've seen 40% of the machine's weight is being supported on the center shock absorber, right? Which is ridiculous. The thing will go down the trail like this. It'll bobble, it'll hunt, it'll dart, it'll be prone to inside ski lift, all from excessive support on the center of the machine. And if we can reduce that support, I should be from above. If we can reduce that support with a well-engineered spring on the center shock that is not stronger, that's actually weaker than the 2 outboard springs, and that is an issue. A lot of times the center spring on a machine is one of the strongest of the ski in the rear.
So it has this dominant effect. It transfers, bar effort's low, and when you're on the gas, there's not much weight on the skis, and then you let off the gas, heaven forbid, and the machine will temporarily overload the skis as it rocks over center, and then the thing can hunt going into the corners and be ready for ski lift. So to cycle back to the question is, yes, we'll pull up on the limiter strap carefully. Once we have the right springs in the skis and in the rear of the machine, we'll balance the machine out with the limiter strap, and we'll tune all day, and then we'll bring it in, get the snow out of it, and we'll put it back on the scales, and we'll see that like a good working machine can somehow have 13-14% of weight on the center of the machine, and the keel of the ski you will tune that. So a CNA Pro with its more aggressive keel will just need a little less weight on it to do the business, right? And then you can tune that strap length. Probably sick of me showing this strap, but
I love that strap. Yeah.
This thing, we joke that we almost make it mandatory on every setup we do. It's from TRAC Link. They're a US manufacturer. We probably buy 500 or 600 of these a year from them, and we bolt it into position once, and then this cam here, as we pull it in and out, will loosen off or take pressure off or put it back on the skis. That guy right there. So this adjuster here will span about 4 holes of an OEM, like a Ski-Doo strap, about 4.5 holes, which is massive. And of a Cat or a Yamaha, it'll span all 5 hole options and then some. So it's a fantastic little product. And then you just turn this nut. It's got about, I think, 25, 26 turns available to it. And to do that. And hey, you're not undoing one of these bolts on the side of the trail and the strap's all frozen, and then you lose that washer, that nut, then your fingers can't feel it because your hands are frozen. So it's made limiter strap tuning a breeze, and we really endorse that thing, because then the average owner, hey, if you put one thing on your snowmobile, it would be that strap. I would say the right torsion springs and that strap, and then you can start to learn about ski pressure, and there's a huge misconception about weight on the skis and bar effort, that we have walked so many hundreds of people through that mystery and discussed that with them. But again, to wrap up that question is, yes, a limiter strap will still allow the CNA Pro or any curve or any keel ski to do its thing. You would just fine tune the amount of weight you're putting on that exact keel to get it to have the bar effort versus the bite that you want, right? It's so cool. And then as the temperature warms up, you can sneak that strap down and put a little bit more bias on the ski, because it could be a rock at 20 below in the morning, and then at lunchtime it might be -1 and soft, right? So that strap, if you so feel the urge, just, hey, hop off your sled, give it one turn, hop back on your sled. That's like 30 seconds, man. There's no excuse to not do that, right?
And Neil Owen suggested, when I put it on my sled, keep a little stubby in your pocket. And you got it, right? And it's a great tip,
Yeah.
So are you doing, I assume, because the new we've not had any time on the snow with the new Pilot RX ski, which is very similar to a keel design to the CNA. Are you doing that same recommendation as a CNA to the people with those new machines, the 25s coming in?
Yeah, and it's great point you mentioned that, because we picked up our brand new 25 XRS on Saturday, and
nice.
it's got the new front end, the Raz RX front end, and the new Raz RX single keel ski. And I looked at that keel and I thought, whew, that's going to be a good working ski. So I'm excited, because the shape of the Pilot ski, it had that one keel, and then it came up, and then it had that sub-secondary keel. And we put a set in the milling machine and took that second keel right off, right? And it was one of one of our testing prototypes, because other than that, the effectiveness of the ski is the shape of the keel coming down, where the CNA Pro is very rectangular, right, in its keel design. And then the Pilot, if we ignore that sub keel on the outside, kind of arcs down. And then when you turn the ski sideways, I've also measured the keel front to back for the side profile when you turn it in the snow. So yeah, we're excited about that. But yeah, to answer that question, basically, yeah, same thing is we had a joke that, not a joke, but when the front end, when the A-arms are flat on a BRP machine, we put a spring package in to get them flat. And then we keep the rear of the sled at 3 inches of sag with one of the 12 springs that we keep in stock here. And then we knew to the millimeter where to set the limiter strap. And we knew that machine was going to work pretty damn good, right? But now with something like a CNA or the new keel, that 0 point is going to be different, right? And we had these 3 wonderful gentlemen that came up from New York today. They all had the new RAS-RX updates on their 24s. And so that was exciting, because we were able to get our angle finder and check, because on the old machine, the top and the bottom A-arms were pretty darn parallel. And on the new machine, the spindles are taller, and the A-arms kind of converge now, we've noticed, measuring it. And so we have to be careful, when we say we want 0 A-arm angle, what are we talking about now? Are we the bottom arm or the top arm, or a average of the two? And so we're still fine tuning that with our spring package. How much preload does it take to hit those numbers? And then what is the limiter strap? Where's the limiter strap want to be? Is it going to be the new number? Is it 52 millimeters, or is it going to be 65? And each new keel design or spindle height is going to affect that slightly. But hey, don't lose sleep over it. It'll be one fun day on the snow to figure the answer to that, right?
Right on. Yeah, and you're always on the first of the snow up at Halliburton Forest doing your tests, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think they get sick of me up there. Are the groomers out yet?
That's right.
Like, no, we don't even have any snow.
Well, you could stop with a tent in the parking lot when there's no snow on the ground yet.
Yeah. So Chris Watson says, what about an old guy like me has a 2021 Grand Touring 900 Ace? My speeds in the trail is 7 to 90 and on lakes 120. Is there any tweaking that can be done to make my ride smoother?
First of all, are those American numbers? That guy's ripping.
No, those are Canadian numbers.
I'm just kidding, Chris. Smoother. So with a setup, when we have a setup appointment, we bring the rider in and we just kind of set them down, and we kind of talk to them and see what they want and what do they value. Do they value, flat cornering or supreme comfort? So if a rider is looking for, Greg mentioned smoother. So I'm assuming he wants to take some of the bumps out of the trail, right? Or, well, we can't do that, but we can make the best of them. So one of the things it's a massive misconception is, for example, preload. Everybody says when you add preload, you're making it stiffer, right? That's the most erroneous phrase out there. When you're adding preload, you're lifting the vehicle up. Nothing there makes it stiffer, right? A spring we say is stupid. If it's a coil spring and we push down on it with 5 mils of preload, the bottom of the spring responds and pushes down 5 millimeters and lifts the snowmobile up. It's a method of tuning the ride height of the snowmobile, basically. Now, when we're talking rear of the machine, the skid frame on a BRP, for example, and I don't keep meaning to go to BRP for my discussions, but in this case, it's a Grand Touring, right? So it's relevant. So an R motion skid, the R stands for rising rate. And what they're talking about there is as the suspension compresses, the shock response is not linear, it is progressive. So what that means is in the very top of the travel, as the suspension's going up and down, the shock is moving very little on the rocker. And then as the suspension nears bottom, the shock can accelerate as the rocker cams over. And what that's doing is it's providing a shock that's there's more movement in the shock down at the bottom of the travel than there is up in the top. So if we lift the rear bumper way up, we stick our head in there and we move it, the shock's not moving very quick. But then if we replicate that at the bottom, which is hard with the torsion springs, and then even there's not a lot of room to get your face in there, but at the bottom, the shock's moving a lot quicker. So to give a rider a smoother ride, often we're putting him stronger springs to hold him up at the top, hold him or her up in the top of the travel. And that's where the plush is way up in the top. People will say, oh, I'll make your sled softer, and they take preload out of it. And then the thing drops down 3 inches and it's this far from the coupler block. And then the first bump it goes over, smack, that hits them in the ass or in the bum, I'm sorry. And then whack, it feeds the seat into them. So there's this massive misconception about softer, firmer, and stiffer springs and weaker springs. The correct thing to do, and on the Grand Touring, if it's got the air ride suspension, air is a very progressive spring. So we try to, on the Enduro or any of the models that have that air suspension in it. Some of the Expeditions have the air shock in them, and the Grand Touring, I think, is one of those ones, falls in that category. But we're careful to put the right springs in there so that they don't have to go north of 2 or 3 on the air. Because once you get to 4 or 5, it's this jolting weapon underneath you that's trying to eject the rider, because the air in that shock can be so explosive in terms of its energy. And then we get a good strong spring in there on preload 1 to hold up the rider. The Grand Touring was effectively a 2-up machine. So, we talked to the gentleman about, hey, are you riding 2-up or 1? And I see Chris's comment there. You want it firm. Well, firm again is a strange word. You want the sag set properly so that you're riding in the top third of the travel. So generally, we got to make sure the right springs are in there, Chris, so that when you're sitting on the machine, it's only sitting down 3 inches is the number that we keep coming back to for sag. And if we can keep you at the 3-inch mark, you're miles away from the coupler blocks and even miles further away from bottoming. And we joke that, hey, jumping out of the building, it's not the fall that hurts, it's the sudden stop when you hit the bottom, right? So if we can enjoy that ride without the stop at the bottom, that's where comfort lies. And again, the couplers, the coupler blocks with a 1 to 4 red block at the back of the skid frame, that guy too is off. There's some training that needs to be done there. As you set it to position 1, then the back of that skid frame, if the snowmobile's, I guess, pointing that way, sorry, if you set that coupler block to 1, it can articulate the absolute most underneath you and give you the plushest ride. Where if you have that thing on 3 or 4, it's going to be going wham, 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 and as the bumps are coming through the chassis and the skid is rotating to follow the bump, the back of the skid's going to come up and smash the coupler block and send it into you. So keep your coupler blocks on 1. Get the right torsion spring so that you're up in the top of the travel, Chris, and and a longer limiter strap. If handling is not priority, bump and comfort is, keep the limiter strap long, and then that skid can articulate dramatically well underneath the snowmobile.
Right on. Great answer, John. Scott Bell says, have you had many Lynx in with the PPS3? If so, what have you found with factory springs? The KYB Pro 46 are a great shock. Just curious on dual rate spring setups for both front and center rear shock.
So yes, we've had a bunch of Lynx in here, and boy, is that a polarizing topic, is because a lot of our customers will bring us a Lynx and want us to do our thing to make it a better trail sled. And then everybody chimes up, oh, you bought the wrong sled. That's a stand-up bump pounding machine. And it is. Where the Lynx was designed and engineered, they don't have groomers, right? So that sled shines. It shines in the bumps. But the reality is, as they've come across the pond and we're riding them in Ontario and Quebec, there are guys that want to get them through a corner and not necessarily win a snowcross race, right? So if we are adapting it slightly, and please, you may say, oh, the guy should have bought an MXZ, but again, if we're adapting that snowmobile to go through corners a little flatter, what we have found is the center spring on the Lynx is very, very strong. And again, it is designed for lean back, get on the gas, and power through the bumps. And it does that very well. But when you let off the gas and try to turn the thing, it can lift the inside ski, right? And so that's where we're getting too much support from the center of the machine. So we have springs in stock that are softer for the center of the machine. And then we found that the rear spring is often undersized. It's a 330-pound spring on the back of most of those Raves of that skid design, the coilover shock. So we have 400, 425, 450-pound springs in stock, which seem to better suit the North American demographic of us being, we joke most snowmobilers in North America are 230, 240-pound average, right? So yeah, we have a spring fix for the rear of the machine and the center of the machine. And we did dabble with a dual rate spring package from us for the ski shocks on the machine. And it was not, we had an issue with it. We tried one out of hard anodized aluminum, and we had body wear issues with that. But our friends at High Gear in the US have got a really nice dual rate kit for the Pro 46. I just haven't had the demand for it to justify the engineering costs. And when Ross and the guys at High Gear make a beautiful kit, hey, the 4, 5, 6 sleds a year I see that need that kit, I'll get it from our friends at High Gear. So I hope that it helps. I hope that answers your question. We don't have a dual rate. I saw a dual rate kit in here. No, that was for the Pro 40 from High Gear last week. But I'm sure that High Gear's got a setup for the Pro 46 dual rate, and I can help recommend rates if you need that to get you pointed for what works for that chassis. But yeah, hope that answered the question. So
that's great. Going back to Chris Watson, he says a big thanks. I was told to keep it on 4, and then he says, and I'm changing it now.
Well, Chris, just to be clear, 4 on the preload, 5-position preload, or the 4-position coupler block. So there's those 2 blocks are a couple inches apart. Just make sure they're right. But yeah, that'll help you a lot.
I hear you. Sled Tube says, is there a fine line regarding torsion springs? You want to achieve the proper ride height to make sure the shock stroke, but on rough trails, it can make the rear end buck. Is there a happy medium?
Yes. And the rear end buck, what he might be referring to is if a spring is over preloaded. And we see that with too light of a torsion spring. I've had customers say, I can hit 3 inches of sag. I just crank that sucker to 5, right? And what happens is when the thing, a spring that's over preloaded, whether it's a coil spring on a motorcycle or a torsion spring on a snowmobile, is it has a lot of energy in the top of the sag. We see a light spring that's over preloaded has very, very little static sag. So when the machine under its own weight doesn't move much, and then when the rider gets on, it moves a lot because the spring rate is light. Where a strong spring with low preload can have a lot of static sag and then not move a lot when the rider gets on. And that's getting that right spring is where the magic is in terms of not getting that bucking reaction. That bucking reaction is often can be 2 things. First of all, a lot of times when you get kicked out of the seat, it's because the sled bottomed and then the energy just stopped and jammed it, and then it released, whether it was a bump rubber compression or the rail bumpers compressed, and then it kicks the snowmobile out. And I've had moments where I've had a sled vertical on the ski tips going down a bumpy trail testing from bottoming. I thought it was a rebound issue, but it wasn't. And then an over preloaded spring will exacerbate that situation where it has all that kick energy in the top. And then we will circle back. I know we're going to talk about rebound damping probably later in the show, but getting the rebound damping in the shock absorber to match the energy of the spring is magic. It is. We've spent so much time on that in the last 2 years, year and a half, 6 months even. Last year we made a massive stride in the handling of our already amazing setups. I'm at our testing level, to when we started to match rebound to spring rate to control that buck and that kick. So we have to really examine what is actually occurring when a rider gets kicked. Is it a rebound issue? Is it an over preloaded spring issue, or is it a bottoming response? So I hope that shed a little light.
Well, yeah, and then he goes on. All Terrain TV says, I know if you don't have enough preload, the spring will pack up and never get a chance to spring back up, say, on a washboard trail.
A washboard trail, whenever I hear that, it's, we're talking about a high frequency, maybe low displacement, but a high frequency bump situation, right? A railway line on a Sunday when we're trying to get home, or on a dirt road in a corner. And the key problem with washboard again is the rebound is usually not quick enough in that situation. Because if you think of a bump that's like that, and the tire in this case, or the ski, we can relate it to the snow. If it's going up the front side of the bump, and then it's trying to go down the back side of the bump, and it can say at 50 kilometers an hour, but then you pick it up to 60, and now it jumps. The rebound is not quick enough, and it jumps. And then when it jumps, it hits the next bump. It doesn't G into the bump, but it smashes into it because it's jumped off the bump. Can you picture that, Gary? Do you know?
Yep, absolutely, yeah.
So, the faster we go, the more it happens. So we say the compression event of a shock dealing with a bump, the up motion of the ski or the track, or in this case a wheel, that up motion, we are generating that by what we hit, right? What is the size of the bump? What's the shape of the bump? Is it let's say it's a 1-inch bump that's 10 feet long. That's pretty tame, right? But a 1-inch bump that's 1 inch long, you just drove over a stick, right? Or a rock on the trail. That's a fast bump. So all of those things affect how fast the shock is coming up the compression direction. But the only thing that's pushing that shock back out is the spring. That's it. There's nothing that pulls. There's nothing really that pulls the suspension back out. Arguably in the skid, when we get a teeter motion, we can have that happen. But if we think of the ski or a front wheel application, the only thing that wanders that tire back out is the spring. So the rebound damping inside the shock and the clicker setting, heaven forbid, the OEMs I think have taken all rebound clicker options away usually, but that ability to get the tire or the ski to follow the backside of the bump is instrumental in going quickly and maintaining control. Because if we're going through washboard, it'll get hectic. It'll rattle our glasses if we wear them, or shake out our fillings, but we can deal with it. But when we're trying to make a corner and the tire is skipping across the ground, or the ski is, that's when we head to the outside of the corner, or we pick up chatter, right? So there's a lot going on in a washboard situation, but it's primarily a rebound problem. The rebound is not quick enough for the spring. The spring's got to be right first. The spring is the foundation of the house, right? Don't spend any money on the upstairs floors if the foundation's crap, or the thing's all just going to fall down, right? So we get the right springs under there for the weight of the application, and then we can work on the damping and perfect or compromise to get the damping really, really good. So I don't know. I did a big circle, but I don't know if I answered the question or not. So
no, you did for sure. And that's saying we had him on the show. My cousin's husband Andy and his son Wyatt, who's a pro motocrosser, and they always said before you put a dime in your engine, put it in the suspension. And that's their motto. So Chris asked, "Where's your place of business, John?"
We're just north of Peterborough in central Ontario, in a little town called Buckhorn. So hidden in the woods.
Okay, and then let's talk about we talk about a lot about the shock and your knowledge. Just while we're on the topic of location, let's talk about your other retail products that you offer as far as torsion springs. We already talked about TRAC Link. Can you just insight the people on that, on the whole gamut of offerings you have? Yeah, well,
all of this has come from, it's never been to make money. And if I saw some of my margins, I would underline that. But we wanted to create products that worked and products that helped riders stay safe and give them an enjoyable ride that they can love. And we kept finding holes in the market and of how can we make things better. A trip through our website is probably the quickest way to see what we have available. acceleratedtechnologies.ca. And you can go into Snowmobile products and see what we've got there. But one of the first big things that we kind of came up with was we saw the magic that we experienced with the Elka shock having a dual rate spring on it. And if you ever can't sleep one night, we did a video called Dual Rate Springs Explained on our YouTube channel. And it's pretty enlightening in terms of understanding how a mainspring and a tender spring together work. Because every customer I bring in here, and I pose this question to them. I say, okay, if they're American, if they're Canadian, I'll say, okay, you've got a 100-pound spring and another 100-pound spring, and you put one on top of each other and measure the rate of them. What do you think it would be? And 9 out of 10 people say, 200 pounds, right? And what would you say, Gary?
I've already seen the video, so I'd be...
Okay, so you're cheating. You look smart. So if we took a 100-pound spring and a 100-pound spring and we put them in our spring rate tester, and my first spring rate tester was a bathroom scale under my drill press, right? I calibrated the drill press for 1 inch of travel, checked it with a digital vernier, and my bathroom scale, I spun it to 0, and then bang, I started measuring springs. And so I took 100-pound, compressed it, and 50 pounds. And I'm like, what? Yeah, that wouldn't have been my first answer, right? But that was 18, 19 years ago. And so now that's the magic of main springs and tender springs. 2 springs working together share the load, and they are twice as soft. And then when we lock the tender spring out somehow, whether it's an adjustable crossover or a crossover device, or the old Ski-Doo springs will actually coil bind that top spring, which is nasty. When you lock that tender spring out, it gets stronger. The main spring is stronger. So we took what we were learning from our relationship with Elka, and I started having springs made for the X package shocks. We were seeing hundreds and hundreds of those HPG plus or a Fox straight rate, straight spring, and we started putting dual rate springs. There's backwards here. Right there is a Pro 40 on this 850 competition, and that's our dual rate spring right there. Tender spring, crossover, and a mainspring. And so we started having these springs made by the hundreds, and for somebody who wasn't ready to step into the $1,000, $1,100 or $700 to $1,000 price point of an Elka shock complete, for $400, or we could put a dual rate spring on their pretty good, their pretty good stock shock, and choked there when I said pretty good stock. It allowed them to have 50, 60, 70% of the benefit of that Elka, and yet not have the full investment of the Elka, be able to put it on their OEM shock. So that was massive for us. And then we've had to cover, Pro 40, Pro 36, Smart Shocks XRS, Smart Shock Mach and 4-stroke, which is a smaller, shorter variation of the Smart Shock, the Walker Evans Velocities, the 175s, the 2.0s, the Fox QS3s, the Zero, all the Fox Zero Pros. So we've got dual rate spring solutions for almost all of those fitments, and that has been massively well received. And then torsion springs, we started to, we spent 4 years investigating, digging through race manuals for all the BRP product, and my relationship from racing with Yamaha, talked to them and found their aftermarket and alternate torsion spring options, not only for the Nitro, Vector, Apex, XTX, the Japanese Yamahas, I call them, but also the Sidewinder and the Viper platform, and then the Polaris, the the CC skid torsion spring skid variations of the Polaris. So we've got all of those torsion springs in the building here. But the Ski-Doo, for example, we found we were running out. We'd get up to, we'd had a spring for say 205, 210 pound guys, and then we couldn't stay at 3 inches of sag. So what about the guys that took their wives, or the wives that took their husbands, or people with gear on the back, or heaven forbid any snow in the tunnel? We were running out of torsion springs. So I sent emails to BRP, and they were never returned. But so it gave me the incentive to start looking around and see if I could have my own torsion springs made. And we've got now custom variations of torsion springs that'll carry up to 400 pounds. And wow. We finally found, and that is not hard to get to when you're talking 2-up, right?
Yeah, and that's right too. Yeah.
And then some of our American friends and Canadians, some 300-pound dudes out there, and then they carry a fuel caddy and a link bag, and then put snow in the tunnel. So we need to have a solution to keep them safe, because the snowmobile is an amazing vehicle. It's the only vehicle that has a center, right? Yeah. And the more the rear of the snowmobile squats, the center supports it. And guess what gets light? The skis. They pry off of the ground, right? So it's imperative that we had a torsion spring solution figured out. So we've partnered with a company in Toronto now that is making us super high quality square wire torsion springs to our specifications.
Right on. And
we're having 4 different torsion springs made, and the reason is we only really needed 2 because we have BRP springs that span, they started at like a 1. We've got some real trick stuff at a 1.1, then 1.27, which is the spring on an Enduro with the air shock, 1.35, which was the standard spring forever on the old R Motions, the 120-inch MXZs. And then the new one they went to the R Motion X is a 1.52/82 is the preload number. And then the big boy spring that everybody knows about is a 1.66. And then we have 1.84s, we've got 1.74s, we've got 1.86s, we've got 1.94s and 1.99s. And then there's a couple of options for the R Motion skid that are north of that. But the R Motion X, when they went to the R Motion X, the torsion spring needed to be longer because the A-arms were longer. And all of a sudden we had to have fine torsion springs. So anyway, to make a short story long, we've got some torsion springs we're having made in-house, or for us in-house.
That's great.
And the coolest thing that I'm most excited about is a company that sponsored me for years and years and years when I was road racing, Automatic Coatings in Scarborough. They were industrial powder coaters, right? And so I've got these brand new steel springs that came out of my spring manufacturer, and I'm like, I got to paint these things, but I'm just gonna be lazy and get powder coat it, right? So that I don't have to worry about all the paint inside the winds and the coils. So we had our prototypes powder coated, and
Right on.
crap, we put them in the machine and to check sag to check them, because I don't know if you've ever tried to measure a torsion spring in terms of rate, but it is tricky to do. I could spend a whole session talking to you about measuring a torsion spring, right? But anyway, we chucked them in the machine, put their spring guides up, and bolted them in place, pulled the jack out, pushed down on the back bumper, and my tech and I just went, feel that. And we couldn't believe the improvement in suspension compliance from the powder coat on the torsion springs.
Really?
The spring sliding through the spring block was like greased, you know, it was like
That's
that
awesome.
we just dipped it in Vaseline, sprayed it down with WD and greased it. It was just like unbelievable. That it felt like a motorcycle pushing on the seat.
Nice.
It would come back to the millimeter, right? And you know, we've been telling customers for years, hey man, grease the underside of your torsion spring, because they look like this, right?
Yeah.
There's a nice rusty shot of those.
Mhm.
These have got 500 miles.
Yeah, that's right.
So they, you know, from sliding around in the spring block, we've seen it take the paint off a stock torsion spring. In under 100 kilometers, the paint is gone, right?
Wow.
And then that night, spring steel rusts, like you can watch it rust, right? And then it's all rusted the next morning, and then you go out, and then the thing's like sticking in the spring guide. And it eventually saws its way through and cleans the rust off, and then it's okay until it rusts again that night, right? And then heaven forbid you leave it for a week or off season through the whole summer, and then it turns into a file, right? So we're always telling people, grease the underside of that torsion spring. Try to prevent that. But we're just kind of delaying the obvious, right? But then when we powder coated the torsion spring, not only did it slide and just eat the little bumps on the trail like they were gone, because we'd found and removed a major source of the friction in that skid going up and down. So now it'll go up and down like this, and the rider's just like, oh, and the skid's doing this underneath them, and it's beautiful. Not only did we fix that, well, not fix it, but we made a dramatic improvement, but we improved it for like 2,000 kilometers. We had Clarky, our buddy from Bergstrom Carbides. We had hit a set on his machine, a prototype. We painted them pink just to piss them off. And then we had 3 sets on the snow. I had a set in my Expedition. I had a set in our 850 back there, our Smart Shox 850, and we tried to pile, 1,500 with 2,000 K, which was tough last year. But we took them out, we flipped them over, and they were fine. The powder coat was still like in great shape. So I'm saying right now the paint lasts 20 times the conventional paint, but it may be longer. We don't know how well. But so during that whole 20 or 2,000 kilometers, that 20 times paint life, it's providing that beautiful bump compliance right through the powder coat. So yeah, we just kind of stumbled on that one by accident, trying to coat our new springs, right? So I just picked up our first batch, came out of production of 200 torsion springs. I picked them up on Friday and delivered them right to Automatic Coatings in Scarborough. So they're being painted as we speak, powder coated as we speak. So that's kind of cool, with another product that you asked about that we found a need for and we filled in and had benefits. Circling back to the spring guide, there's a couple here. This one came to me on the toilet one day. I'm kidding. I think it was
yeah. Here, let me. This is great. Yeah.
So we
got more pictures of this that you sent in. Yeah.
Yeah, we checked the grease fitting in the spring guide, and there's a Polaris variant there. So not on the Ski-Doo, on the BRP one, not only does it grease the torsion spring, but it also greases the bushing, the rotational bushing. So that will help, and until you get a set of our powder coat torsion springs, that will help reduce that friction in that slide and the ride comfort. I've seen extreme cases of that. I feel bad for Jim, the president of the Buckhorn Snowmobile Club. He called me up and he had a set of those that must have taken 4 or 5 years. I think it was about 5 years. It had sawed all the way through, sawed through the steel block, came out, stabbed his track and ruined his track and ended his day. I don't know where he was, in Halliburton somewhere. But the sad thing was, if that's not sad enough, is that somebody put a new track in his sled like 2 weeks before, and they didn't change those things. And,
oh no!
And those things, the old ones, version 1 from BRP was $18, a piece or something like that. And so he just, a complete lack of maintenance issue where that rusty torsion spring sawed through, came through, poked down, took his track out, ended not his season, but ended a couple of weeks for him while we were getting a track for him in February and put that in. So, hey, if we can provide a performance improvement and make life better and safer, let's do it, right? So that's another gizmo that we kind of came up with. And there's other things on the website, from Elka shocks for every application you got, to dual rate springs, Bergstrom Carbides, spring guides, new greasable spring guides. We're partners with Precision EFI out of Quebec. We're doing some of their engine flashes here now and some of their performance upgrades. They've got amazing parts, got some on the bench there, but they've got some beautiful parts for the BRP and the Yamaha big 4-strokes to make even bigger power from them. So yeah, kind of exciting stuff going on anyway.
That's perfect. All Terrain TV says can you pick the spring just by measuring sag front and rear? And he goes on to say he cannot get the rear shock set up for the life of him on his CR125. When he gets the sag set to what the book says, it's way too soft and springy. The shock was rebuilt. Maybe it's for a lighter rider, ?
So the attraction with dirt bike shocks is a lot of them, there's a mile of body threads, right? So you can always hit sag by just continuing to add preload. But as we discussed earlier, the rate of the spring has to be right. So there is a relationship between static sag and rider sag to help. 100 millimeters is typical, which is 4 inches, a third. Generally, power sports sag is about a third of wheel travel. And on a dirt bike, CR125 has 12 inches of travel. So a third of that's 4 inches. And 4 inches is 100 millimeters. So that number is not a fluke, right? So what we shoot for is 100, or we even sometimes run less, like in the 90s millimeters for dirt bike sag. But you want to look at first of all, how much preload did it take to get there is the quick question. On a coilover spring, the right amount of preload is usually from 8 to 12 to 14 millimeters. If you've got, which is a ½ inch-ish, right? If you've got more preload than that to hit that 100 millimeter number, it is the wrong spring. It is too light of a spring. So, but you can call us, or there's probably any number of suspension shops, and just say, hey, I'm 180 pounds, or I'm 250 pounds, or whatever you are, and I'm riding a CR125. What rear spring do you recommend? And they should be able to go there, a 5.6 kilogram per millimeter spring. And then, hopefully you do them a solid and buy it from them and not just use them. But yeah, the other way is comparing the static sag to the rider sag. Static sag on a dirt bike might be something like, I have to check my notes, but it'd be probably 35 to 45 millimeters, in that range. And if 3/4 of the thread, see, that means nothing, right? Because depending on how long the spring is, you don't know how long that spring is. You're just looking at the residual threads, right? So the best way to do it is take the shock out, set it to 100 millimeters of sag, right? And this applies to any of us out there, but you can set it to 100 millimeters of sag, and then take the shock out and unwind the preload and look at the free length of the spring. And the free length versus the installed length is what we call it. Well, that's the preload, right? That's all preload is just how much are we preloading the spring. So if you've got more than 12 millimeters to hit that 100 mil sag number, the spring is too light, right? So that's kind of how we do it. Or we compare the static sag to the rider sag. And then your comment of it's too springy. Springy sounds like, it's a motion word, right? So often, you said the shock was rebuilt, but perhaps it needs to be revalved to match the spring. And we prefer to have the whole motorcycle if we're doing a revalve. We'll push on the seat. We'll play with the clickers so that we can evaluate the low speed. You can't mimic high speed by pushing on the seat, but we can at least see how if we push deep, and this goes for snowmobiles too. I'm sorry, this is an ATV or motorcycle question, but if you push on,
it's all relative. It's definitely all relative.
It's very relative. If you push on the seat and the thing goes pop, and I've seen that a lot. It goes pop, and then there's a discernible point where it slows down, right? And what that point is the shim stack is snapping shut, and then it's finishing on where you have the clicker set. And sorry, just reading his comment. Soft.
I shouldn't even put them up because I distract you every time.
So we're talking about that now, but the rebound feels good. Yeah, that's no offense, but you feeling good and me feeling good might be a little bit more detailed, right? But I'm talking about, you got to be careful of that pop. Like if you close the rebound, completely shut the bypass and the piston and push down on the seat, it should come up slowly from deep in the stroke. If it pops and then creeps up, you are seeing the shim stack shut inside that shock, and it needs to be stronger. If you can see it, it's got to blend as it recovers and comes up to the top of the travel. Rebound and preload are they've got to be set hand in hand. So.
Nice. Motorsport Channel, Mike Leeds asked, what's the waiting list like at your shop? And he said, if he drops off the sled off for suspension or even changes springs, how long does it typically take to get it back?
Well, Erica, our admin, she likes chocolate. So that can move you to the front of the line. But good news, bad news. The good news is we're very, very busy. If you phoned right now for a snowmobile setup appointment, unfortunately, we're probably late January to get you in, because these setup appointments, they fill. There's people now coming up from the U.S. to have their machines set up, and we love them. So, if it's just a spring change, if you walk in with a shock, we'll change the spring while you wait, right? Our lead time for service right now is probably the worst it's ever been, again, because we're the busiest. We're probably 3 to 4 weeks maybe to service a set of shocks. We were kind of bugging you guys all summer to get your snowmobile shocks in, and now that it's November, they're all coming in, right? So we're trying to get through them as best we can, and we're realistic. Sometimes things happen, and if we're waiting on a shaft or a body, or I could walk you over the bench there. This one poor customer, his crossovers wore right through his body until the oil squirted out on a big side-by-side. So they're sometimes we run into part delays, but setup appointments where, we have a few local guys that will say, hey, you can put your machine in the parking lot here, and or we'll bring it in the back, and if we get a cancellation, then we'll sneak you in. But that's our situation right now for lead times.
Mike can book it in and be all ready for lodge sessions, right?
Yeah.
There we go. We won't have to worry about pulling him out of a ditch when he blows a corner. No, so that's good. Good answer. And it's good to see you're busy. That's for sure. Michigan Rev asks, what's the process of setting sag on a Smart SHOX sled?
So he or she is brought up a great point. The Smart SHOX, the servos that are inside the Smart SHOX are much like fuel injection. When you power the sled down, they shut and it locks the shock. So patience is the key when you're trying to set the sag, is because you can put the rider on and then the number just creeps down, right? Because the damper is effectively locked. So to review, we don't really set sag up front. We adjust the preload until we get those A-arms flat. And you can't get them flat with the OEM spring. You can go to zero preload if you pick that spring clip out of the groove and take the preload off to 0 millimeters. It has 10 millimeters stock on the Smart Shocks, or on most shocks, 10 mils. So you can go to 0 millimeters for front ski shock preload, and that'll get the A-arms flat. But out back, the process, and we talk about this in some of our videos, is you gotta have the machine on 4 dollies. One under each ski center, one under the center shock, and one under the rear shock. And the casters have to be able to rotate so the ski shocks can scrub away from each other, and the front and the rear can scrub away from each other as the rider gets off and on. And that gives us as live a platform as we can mimic in a shop, right? So to do the rear sag, we top it right up, and then we measure. We have a it is right here. We use this dude right here. This little
That's awesome.
This little slacker from Motul. So we turn it on. It zeros, and then we hook this. We stick the magnet here on the bolt for the center wheel, and we hook this up on the running board. And then we even have a Bluetooth display comes with it. So if you're working in the shop late at night by yourself, can we sell this, by the way? You can do sags by yourself, right? So we elevate the machine with a jack. We zero that scale, and then we gently set it down. We check our dollies are all in position, and then we climb on the machine. And again, to answer the viewer's question, with a Smart Shock sled, we just have to be patient. We give a little bounce, give a little bounce, give a little bounce. We'll see that number decay and decay and decay and decay and decay. And then once it's stabilized and gives you the same number a couple of times, then you are reading the accurate sag. And again, we want to pick the right torsion spring so that when we're on preload position 1, we got 3 inches of sag, or 76 millimeters. Since we're probably not in our garage in our helmet, tech vest, snowsuit, and boots, we look for like 68, 69 millimeters, or 2 3/4 inches of sag. And we do that. That number we shoot for so that we can add preload as we put fuel caddy on, or as we put a case of Gatorade, or our clothes for the weekend, or that's all predictable, right? But then snow accumulates in there over the course of the day, and we have to accommodate for that weight as well. So that's why we mandate, or we really shoot to hit sag on preload 1 and not on 4. It's got to be on 1, or you've got too weak of a spring. So hopefully that answered their question. So
I think it did. All Terrain TV says, I'm glad Gary hit record on this one. We'll be referencing back to this. Chris Watson says, do you work on sleds in the summer months?
Pretty damn soon. We're gonna, we have to ask you guys, hey, quick call in April. By that point, we're inundated with our hard enduro guys, road race guys. We've got a new pile of amazing Harley customers. Street bike stuff, adventure bike stuff. So we the reality, Chris, is that nobody really wants to drag their sled out in July of wherever we have it stored, drive it across the grass and get it into us. So we kind of switch gears when the leaves start changing around September, Labor Day, late September. By October 1, boom, we're snowmobiles 100%. So
yeah.
So we almost do, but we don't yet. So.
Mike Leap says, what if I show up with a box of chocolates unannounced? Can you get him in sooner?
Depends on what he wants done. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
SledTube says, is Matt still working there?
No, Matt was with us for 4 years, and hey, he was a fantastic worker. fast. He was good. I knew when I hired Matt, he had a little over an hour drive every day to come to work and to go home. And I said, buddy, you won't be able to do that for 5 years, so we've either got to pay you enough so that you can find a place local, or, he was a young guy. I think he was 18 or 19 when we hired him. And so he quit with us. He took another position down at Blackstock, a dealership down in Blackstock, and is working there. And it's like 10-15 minutes from his house. And every time I talk to him, he says, I said, how's work? He says, I'm loving the drive. So I hope work's going great for him. But Matt was a fantastic guy. So he's no longer with us. We have Andrew working with us now as my lead tech, and he's picked up so fast and he's doing amazing. So we're so lucky to have had Matt and to have Andrew now. So
that's awesome. All-Terrain TV says you'll be adding that tool to the Christmas list. Do you sell the Slacker on your website?
It's like on our website. That's a good question, Gary.
But reach out to John. He does sell the Slacker. He actually donated a couple of Slackers to some auctions that we had a few years ago. And I've got a Slacker. I've got a Slacker in my shop too, but it's not yellow.
Oh yeah, it's wearing a white T-shirt. Whoa. I think it just got cold.
I'm the one that has it's funny, because I'm the one who has all the tools. So whenever he needs something done, I'm for some reason always the first guy he goes to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Catching strays out here. This is complete no.
But yeah, we got the Slacker in stock. They're like $230 or $40. They're amazing. They're worth every penny of that. We use that thing. We're a suspension shop. We use it probably 14, 15 times a day, but I've sold it to many customers who want to tinker and learn by themselves, right?
Throwing sparks is out. And Chris, yes, early reservations. Book now for next year if you want to.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If Erica's got a book, right? And if you phone in June, and she'll be, or you'll be the first one on the list, and then she will call you in September and say, okay, time to sign up, and she'll get you in, and whenever you want, October, November, because a lot of guys, we're so fortunate, guys will do their setup and then, hey, I'm getting a new sled. I talked to my dealer. It's coming in November the 12th, right? And so can you make me an appointment on the 13th? And we say, okay, but just keep in touch with your dealer in case that gets pushed off a week. You're not leaving yourself much margin there. So people will request later setup appointments based on when they're getting their machine, right? So yeah, we've got a huge set of 3-month, 4-month calendar in the office, and with everybody's setup appointment on it. So
yeah, that's right.
Now, what was ouching about Sparks there? Was it
about me burning Drew? I think me burning Drew. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, All-Terrain's posted a price from Amazon on that part, and I just said to him, you don't get JOHN SHARRARD on Amazon, or can you?
Blow up doll, maybe.
Yeah, if you want to get it cheaper somewhere else, go for it. So
exactly. Yeah. No, your wealth of information. I've phoned and you helped us with that 600 years ago, and wealth of information for sure, and worth every penny in my mind. And it's not that much more expensive. Actually, your springs were at that time, they were saying exact prices of the dealer that I was going to. So awesome. You're totally fair on everything you do. Plus the value, the information you give is priceless, I think. So if you want to get into some fan photos, and we'll talk more about your stuff.
Sure.
And you send us lots more photos. And if anyone has any questions, just fire them off in the chat. If you have any questions about suspension setup, anything like that, tools, John's the guy. We got him here. You might as well ask him questions as you can.
Awesome.
But yeah, let's get into that, and away we go. Fan photos are brought to you by Fast TRAC Snowmobile Traction. This season, quit sliding sideways on the ice and losing races to your buddies. A Fast TRAC stud kit will help you with improved braking and give you the arm-ripping acceleration you crave. I put over 3,000 clicks last season on my Renegade 850, and I'll tell you, these studs exceeded my expectations. Not one broken stud, my Ida wheels still look like new, and they hooked up like I was on rails in the twisties, inspiring confidence every ride. Fast TRAC Top Gun kits are the highest rated stud kit at 4.9 stars with over 230 reviews. The studs are heat treated stainless so they are strong and they don't rust. The kit is lighter, easier on the track, and has a lifetime warranty against braking. Each kit comes with a track specific template for complete balance with over double the scratch lines from stock templates. All listeners when purchasing a stud kit can get a free install kit, a $30 value. Visit fasttrack.co, add both products to the cart, and use the coupon code SNOW at the checkout. That's fasttrac.co. All right, here we go. Drew pointed out something. We didn't talk about who's in the chat tonight. We've had a record number of people in the chat. We've already talked to Chris Watson, All Terrain TV, Motorsport Channel. Greg Kelly's in the house.
Lapoinski 800R.
Yeah, Lapoinski's in the house.
He's having another soak.
Wisco Sledheads is in there.
Just Fly Low is one of the first people in the chat. You're missing all the first guys. Rob Overholt was in here first today.
Nice.
Sled Tube's been here since the beginning. Uncle Buck, again, as always, throwing sparks. Rob J. Hilditch. Sledheads for Kids.
Awesome.
Troy, what would that be? Troy Parks?
Yeah, Troy Parks.
Troy Parks, yeah. Redneck's Dirty Hands said, cheers, fellas, at the start of the show. Greg Kelly, Wisco Sledheads. Chris Watson, obviously. Norm Dixon says it's snowing. Where? Are you in the mountains, maybe? Scott Bell, Jay Massart, of course. Odie, the sled and truck guy, made an appearance in the chat tonight. Who else? Obviously, All Terrain TV. Trent Campbell said, hello, guys. Tim Druin.
Mike Ashby.
Mike Ashby, Ultimax Belts.
He's here.
Tack Driver CA. Sorry, Pat, I can't pronounce your last name. It's Yagazic. Yagakic. It's European. Michigan Rev. Oh, man.
It goes on and on. Yeah.
One D says it's rainy here in Muskoka. Get the watercross sleds out in that area this year again, I think.
Yeah. I get the very good from Pat. See, I'm getting there. Yeah. So no, that's awesome. Good. Thank you everybody for joining on the show and keep firing those questions at John. Let's see if we can stump him tonight.
Yeah. Oh, bring it on.
Like this show has brought together a lot of people and from far and near, and it's so funny when you think about the right place at the right time and all that stuff. And I pulled in. I worked in southwestern Ontario, and I drove into Paris in the public parking lot, and who do I run into? But Mike Galitz is paving the Bank of Montreal parking lot downtown Paris. He's from Aurelia. Had I not even started the podcast or the YouTube channel, I would have never met this guy. We've ridden dirt bikes together. We've snowmobiled together. We've raced together. And it's like I pull in and he's looking at me and I'm looking at him and I just roll down my window and go, I think I know you from somewhere. And then the bank manager yelled at him and the rest is history. No, that was fun seeing you, Mike. What a small world. And I was just thinking after we chatted for a bit and I gave him a tour of my studio in Paris and the, after he left and I went, man, like if I would have just pulled in on a normal day and never even know who the guy was. And, here it is. We're so close and connected. It's funny. He might be there tomorrow. I'm going to be there tomorrow. So we'll probably see him as well. So Chris Watson says, you guys are the best. You have great guests. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that, man. It's awesome. If you have any suggestions for guests, then by all means, fire them off to me. We can always use the help. And that's the key.
Chris Watson says, congrats on 10,000 subscribers. Thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, man. That's great.
We hit that over the weekend. It was cool.
So that's an accomplishment, man. It's I don't really follow it. And then all of a sudden I was looking, it was like, I said to Corey on Saturday night, I think I'm going to hit 10,000 tonight. I just, for some reason it popped up and it said like 90,
9,900 or something like that. So it was kind of cool. So Chris says, hey, Gary, Drew, Corey, and all the rest of the gang. I just want to take the time to thank all those who have served and serving today on both sides of the border. I couldn't ask for a better neighbor than United States of America. So thanks for your service. The photos here are of myself, and then he sent a photo of his dad who served in the Second World War. He lied about age and went to the war at the age of 16. Isn't that crazy? And there's his father right there. Thanks for sharing those, Chris. That's amazing. He looks like you. You got the good looks. So pretty awesome. He's from LaCruz Snow Chasers. So hopefully he'll come see you, John. He had a lot of good questions tonight. So
I hate to ask, and I don't mean to ask, but how old did Chris tell how old he is?
How old Chris is?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how old he is or young he is.
My father served in the Second World War as well, and there's not a lot of guys anymore that can say that just with the age of our veterans, right? So
Chris is 63. He says he's 63 years old.
Awesome.
So
I'm much
for sure
older than Chris. So.
Yeah, it's insane how it's getting to be a smaller and smaller world of veterans. So
I made that comment. We were watching hockey games over the weekend at our cottage, and they always bring veterans out on this weekend. Obviously, the Canadian teams love to do that, and it's a much smaller group they bring out every single year of World War II and Vietnam War vets. Plus there it's all the stories.
Yeah, wow, what a heroic generation. We owe them a lot. Can't say enough about that. Absolutely. And it's going to be harder and harder as the younger generation get up and remember. And they're all at home playing Call of Duty, and they have no idea the Call of Duty that these people went in at 16 years old. And it's been hell. So Steve Lean last week. So Steve Lean, he just sent me an email. He's the guy that is the Ski-Doo guy that rides a Ski-Doo all winter long in Lake Ontario. You'll have to go back and look at those pictures from last week, John. He said it's a great snowmobile show. Thanks for the shout outs. All the best and keep it up. So that's from Steve. I met him at the Energy POWERSPORTS open house, and what a hoot we had. So this is our friend Jacob Masser. He's a Ski-Doo gearhead from Wisconsin, and he says some strange foreign machines in the shop this week. I'm down to 8 more sleds to work on. It feels like he's done about 40 already. Yeah. So you can see here he's got Lynx's sled in the house, I think.
Yep. That's Lynx's. That's his 800. Yeah. And then we got a Citation SS, another Citation behind it, I think. And then a 600 SDI. It looks like an 07 or an 08 SDI sitting. Those are great sleds.
Looking at this picture, though, how old of machines do you work on, John?
That's a great question. Obviously, when we get back into the leaf spring days, we can't do too much, and primarily, if I looked around the shop, generally I don't think there's anything older than a 2020 in here, but we really don't cap it. Some guys will say, "Hey, I've got an 06, and nobody's got shocks for it. Can you help me out? Can you custom build me something?" And I'll say, "Yeah." And then I say, "Are you okay with $1,500 shock?" And then usually crickets, right? Because their sled's probably worth $500. And
that was me that asked you about my Wolverine. That was
all those 550 fan inquiries.
I think my response to you was, I only paid $800 for it. Don't you have some laying in your parts bin?
So, sometimes, we don't cap it. We've had guys in here with a mid 2000 Ski-Doo that we put $4,000 worth of shocks on, and he said, my other option was to open up my wallet to the tune of $18,000 to buy a new sled. So that's a good deal. I've got a beautiful working handling machine, and I've got maybe $6,000 into it. So that's all right. So yeah, there's different ways of justifying the cost of what we do, but we don't cap it. We don't have a minimum or maximum, but at some point people will struggle with, putting a large investment into an older machine. So.
Right on. Mike says, so if you leave the front end, you level the front end on a sled for good handling, how much will it affect the travel on the big bumps?
That is the question of the millennium. So the reality is, and people struggle with understanding this, with a dual rate spring, the soft tender spring allows the ride height to sit lower, right? So the machine looks like it has lost travel, but the shock still has the same travel. If it's a 19.5-inch long shock or 18 5/8, whatever it is, the travel is still there. It's just sitting slightly lower in the travel, right? And with a dual rate spring, the two springs work on top of each other. It will sit lower, but the main spring, just under that thing, the main spring we'll pick one that is 20-25% stronger than stock. So it'll still take the hits. If anything, it'll take bigger hits. And when you're going through the chop, those shocks still open up to the full travel that they have OEM. We almost never shorten shocks. There are companies out there that do, but we don't shorten shocks. We get them to sit lower within their travel. So they haven't lost any travel at all. They're just sitting a little lower in it. But again, the tender spring that we pick, there it is, hard to point backwards, but that main spring is way stronger than the stock spring. So yes, you're sitting a little lower, but you haven't lost any capability through the chop. And if you are faced with an hour or a day of big bumps, groomer's broken, put some preload in it. Throw 15 turns of preload in it, and the thing will sit higher. So we never corner anybody into a crappy ride with our setup. We provide the products, we talk to them, and then we say, hey, if it's bumpy, do this. Set the coupler blocks to 1, lengthen the limiter strap, add some preload up front, and boom, you got a mini snowcross sled. But then as soon as the groomer goes by, you can pull the strap back to where we had it set the angle down on the preload. You can invest 5 minutes or whatever it takes you to do those 2 things, and boom, you've got a great handling machine. So hope that answers that question.
He says even with smart shocks?
Yeah. Smart shock, same deal. We have a flash that we created for the smart shocks to dramatically improve those 3 settings. The dual rate springs with our smart shocks on the Mach and the 4-stroke in 2024, the 4-stroke platform, the Renegade platform, embraced a lower ride height, and they're still not flat A arms. They're closer, but they're not flat. Our dual rate kits will put them flat, but even the smart shocks, same theory. We give you a slightly softer tender spring and then a main spring that is stronger than stock. So we've increased the window of where that shock is working well with our dual rate kits, even the smart shock kit.
I don't know whether you can answer this question too. It's like if someone's thinking about coming to you for getting their suspension work done, let's say they've got a brand new Polaris or a brand new Ski-Doo, and what should they set their budget expectations to be? Is that an easy, I know it's probably not an easy question to answer, but typically instead of having that shock and awe moment like you described earlier, where should they be at as far as expectations go?
Well, and to circle back that example, I was kidding, right? Because we can sometimes piece together a shock for a few hundreds, or if we've got a shock in the back, maybe if what we need is a center and the stroke dimensions and the bushings, and then we can maybe help you out. But that's you touched on the 2 words in your question, Gary: budget and expectations. So we've had guys come in here and they say, hey, I got $500. What is the best way to spend that? And then others, you know, I didn't see the gentleman's bill from today, but he had a competition 850. A wonderful gentleman and his two sons, and they both had Smart SHOX 850 XRSs, and we did everything to them. He had high expectations, and I hope we met them, providing, you know, great service in what we did. But basically, we'll talk when a driver comes in or a rider comes in. We often will ask them. We listen. What are your complaints of the machine? What would you like it to do better? And then I will tell them, okay, we have this, and this product that will meet those needs, right? And I'm not going to tell you about these other two things. They don't meet your needs. So, but these 5 things will. And here's the cost of them. What do you want to do? You know, what are your expectations? You know,
how far do you want to go with it, right?
And you know, you can't have expectations up here and then not want to put any money into the machine. You know, it's again back to the foundation issue. And if we had our choice, we would say, hey, put the right torsion springs in it to support the weight. That's number 1. And then the adjustable strap to tune is probably number 2. And then getting the A-arms flat on the front end to give you safe flat handling without the body roll would be number 3. And you know, and then we talk from there. So those 3 things generally your $1,000 maybe. Dual rate springs are kind of $450, $475 depending. Pair of torsion springs might be a couple $100 to $300 depending on the spring selected, and $150 for the strap. So that does that answer your question, Gary, about?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's important to know. Michigan Rev says John Smart SHOX Flash is the best thing since sliced bread. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think from what I'm watching in your videos and what you've posted online, follow John on Facebook and as well, because he has extensive posts and he details everything he does and anything he finds out. And he's not too humble to say he didn't know something. And here's what he's found out. That was the whole Smart SHOT thing, is a learning process. You took us on that journey with that. But correct me if I'm wrong, you're actually closing the gap between the 3 settings, right? Like you had mentioned, the comfort was like, it starts way too low in your mind. And then there was a gap between it and sport. And then sport didn't quite go high enough where Sport Plus was over. Can you explain that? I'm paraphrasing and probably way wrong. But.
Well, no, and I think part of that is for the showroom shock appeal. Pardon the pun. But comfort is so soft, right? I would if I was holding a kid in my lap and I was going around the house, comfort would be perfect, right? But I don't, you know. So the comfort was almost unrideable. The skis were so sloppy that it was the first time I ever got motion sickness in a vehicle that I had control of, right? I was like, oh, you know, the thing was just rolling and tipping and wobbling. And what we did, we take a couple, and this is a great trick. If you take one thing away from tonight, is a cool little trick, is put a zip tie on the shock shaft, right? And I keep a shock handy, but you know, right in here, you can throw a zip tie on that shock shaft and then ride the machine for 10 minutes and see where that zip tie ends up. And it will tell you wonders, you know, about, is the shock too soft? Is it too strong? Because a lot of times I've had pro racers say they get off a machine, and it was an R1 Superbike, and he got off the machine and said, that shock is way too stiff. And I looked at my little zip tie, and it was stuffed into the bump rubber. And I said, oh, okay. So I added some compression. I added some preload, dug my zip tie out of the bump rubber with a screwdriver, sent him back out. And he came in, and the zip tie was like 3 mil off of the bump rubber. And he had this big smile on his face, pat himself on the back. It's way better. And I said, yeah, I stiffened it up. He's like, what? You know, what his impression was when the thing was hitting bottom, was giving him an impression that the shock was too stiff.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Way too soft. So there's your little 1 cent zip tie trick is that'll tell you wonders. Whenever we service a shock in here, with almost no exceptions, we put an O-ring on the shock shaft, and that it's a nice professional, soft, doesn't cut the bump rubber method of data logging. We call it poor man's data logger, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we did that, and then we rode the machine, and we thought, whoa, this thing is crazy soft. And then so to sum it up, the upfront, the comfort setting was like crazy soft, and Sport Plus was good for Tucker Hibbert, trying to clear triples. So what about the rest of us, right? So we, again, 3 settings, right? So we kind of pulled them back in. And the reality is, like, if you ever see anybody with a QS3, and I'm picking on QS3 here, the Fox QS3, position 1, walk up to the front bumper, set the 2 clickers. I've got both my hands on the chute. Set them both to position 1, right? Push on the front bumper. And it's like, wow, that's soft. And then you spin them both upright to position 2, and you push on the bumper, and you go, that's still pretty soft. And then you flip them to 3, and you push on the bumper, and it's like, the thing is locked up. And I think they do that for showroom, like, wow, this.
Yes,
does this
it's effective. It's working.
Yeah, does this system ever work, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is nobody can ride 3. They hate it. And so they spend all their lives in position 2 because 1 is too soft and 2 is too soft too. So that mantra seems to echo through all the manufacturers of having 3 dramatically different settings so that you feel it, right? But the reality is, once you get into the shock world, and let's say you're going down the trail and you say, oh, it's a little soft. You would like to be able to make it 5% stronger or 10% stronger, not 275% stronger, right? Going to 3 does. So we kind of took that maturity, I'm going to say, and we decided to take out a lot of that shock value and have 3 settings that were pretty relevant, right? And now when I ride, comfort is my favorite. We made it strong enough so that it's plush. It works good. And again, we got dual rates. There it is there on that one. We can visit it if you like later. But we got dual rate springs on the skis, so it sits a little bit lower and handles better, is the intrinsic benefit from that. The right torsion springs in it, so the back end sits better. And then we went through those 3 settings and we tightened them up. Out back, we found issues with the back end. One of the big issues that we stumbled across, and we caught it with our zip tie trick, is we would pound the thing through the moguls, and then we'd get off, and we were like bucked, back to that other viewer's comment, we were getting bucked off of the seat, and we looked around under there, and I was positive I was going to see evidence of bottoming, right? And on a snowmobile, pardon me, the rail bumper, the little black pad that sits right under the torsion spring, about 6 inches ahead of the back wheel, there's a rubber pad there. That's your bumper, right? Your rail bumper. So the torsion springs will come down and smash that when you have a bottoming event, right? And so I looked at that, and there's this little snowdrift on it. No, it hadn't touched that. And I looked at the coupler block, and we had coupled, but the coupler block on a Ski-Doo isn't so dramatic like it is on a Procross Cat. And then I looked at my zip tie, and we were using half the travel. I'm like, what the hell? And let's go through in comfort mode. And again, it was do the same thing, using half the travel. And so what we then when we got into, we opened up the map and we looked at what the engineers had calibrated for the rear shock, and they had it pretty soft in the low speed. And then as the speed ramped up, because they're able to watch the speed with the rear potentiometer, there's 4 potentiometers, 4 pots on the 2 A arms, and on the 2 rear arms, there's pots on a Smart Shock sled measuring the angle. And then just the angle over time gives them the speed, right? So when the thing started to speed up, the engineers smartly added a bunch of compression, right? But what they didn't please, engineers, I hope you're not listening, and don't fix this because we make a lot of money from this. I'm kidding. We don't make a ton, but we put our kids through college like Homer Simpson. But what I think they did is they added a bunch of compression damping, and they kind of, I think, forgot that the link, we were talking about it earlier in the show, it's doing the same thing, right? So the link is, as the sled's going down in the travel, that link is speeding up the shock. And as they added comp, the linkage and the added damping from the ECU were stopping the travel of the shock. It would stop. And then your butt would go into the seat and fire out of the seat, and you'd get almost ejected from the thing. And it wasn't from bottoming, it was from the shock stopping at half travel. So we opened up the software, and we went into the channel that we identified as a rear shock, and we went into the high-speed damping, and we started to pull out like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% damping. And all of a sudden, we looked at our magic 1 cent zip tie, and every time we did that, it was using up more and more travel, and the ride got plusher and plusher and plusher. And we thought the kick was a rebound response issue, but it was not. It was the shock going crack and stopping, and then you bouncing out of the seat. So,
wow, you'd think after a while that would blow seals in the shock too, from it only at half travel and then just locking it with you putting all that weight down on it. You think that seems like an engineering oversight, really?
It's an engineering calibration issue. And I try not to pick on those guys, because the guy that's responsible for calibration probably also has to do decals, the dash. He or she's responsible for the ski, and these poor engineers are hoping that the guys from KYB or Walker Evans or Fox can help them, right? Because they got so much on their plate, and they said, oh, this is the setting that's been good for 9 years. Just use that setting, right? So we can imagine how these oversights or these imperfections occur, right? And we're just blessed that can kind of have a little bit of time to figure them out and fix them if we can, and make the snowmobilers' lives better if we can.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Before we go into the next picture, a couple of things. Does Elka have proprietary oil they use? Is there different quality levels of oil that shops use to rebuild them? It's a good question. Talk about shock oil.
It's an excellent question. And our journey on oil has been interesting. And Elka, when they first came out, they had an amazing synthetic oil. And I remember, you probably know the name Craig Nicholson, the intrepid snowmobiler. He's not riding too much anymore due to, I think, some health challenges that he's having. But anyway, he would bring me, that bugger would do 10,000 kilometers a year. Hey, I hate that guy, right? So, I'm kidding, but he was a great test model for us, because we'd hook him up with a set of Elkas, and wham, he'd be touring all over New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Quebec, and then bring me the shocks back in one season with 10,000 kilometers on it. Then I poured the oil out, and I could have just went poof and poured it back in. It was beautiful. And that's not just the oil. That's the quality of the bore, the anodizing, the piston band, the seal head. All of those things have to be right for that oil to last, right? And not break down, like the silver KYB unanodized HPG plus shocks, they'll turn oil black in 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, and I've seen it. The oil's just disgusting, because if the inside of the bore of that body is not hard anodized, then the piston going up and down will wear all the metal particulate off, just like a piston in an engine does. And then we pull the drain plug out, change the oil, right? Shocks don't have a drain plug, so the oil sits in there until the thing fails and it pukes, and away you go. Then you have to, catastrophically, you've had a failure. But anyway, the oil's got to lubricate the shock, carry contamination, not break down thermally from the high heat of shocks. So Elka had an excellent oil, and then they had a change. And this, I can't pick on anybody at Elka right now because this was like 15 years ago. And I think the accountants got in there and said, holy crap, you see how much this oil costs? This oil is almost as good and it's less. Well, let's change to that oil. And we all of a sudden had it reacting. The anti-foaming properties, we lost them, right? We would service a shock brand new, fill it up. We would go one run around our test track, come in, take the shock apart, and it was beer foam, right? And we would wait and wait and wait. And we'd try to reintroduce the piston and wait and wait and wait. And we couldn't get the foam out of it. So we had to give the thing a full oil change, which was annoying and costly, right? So we ended up wandering away from Elka's proprietary oil that they had. And we started using Motul factory line fully synthetic oil. And there's a bunch of good oils out there. AMSOIL, I've heard, is pretty good too. They've got some viscosities, selections. But the Motul is very, very good. But we were having a reaction with the zinc plating on the nuts in the Elka. They get some jelly on it. So to make a short story long, again, we found an oil supplier, and we're now getting our own custom oil blended for us that has the pour point for the low temperature, anti-foaming qualities that we want, the chemical compatibility with the materials we're using. Some shocks we open up 1 year old. Some KYBs we open up 1 year old, and the shims are rusted. And my background was robotics, servo hydraulics, and we were involved with like Dowdy Aerospace. And we were introduced at that point to HWBF, basically high water-based fluids for airplanes, because you can't have a hydraulic oil leak in an airplane and have it cause a fire, right? One of my pilot buddies said, you can't pull over and check it in a plane.
No.
So anyway, we are seeing cheap oils from some of the manufacturers with a lot of water in them. Water's pretty good viscosity. If it's the right, mix, it doesn't freeze. But yeah, not a great corrosion protection. So Elka has a good. They've circled back. They've got a damn good oil now, very good oil now. And then we also have our own oil blended that we use depending on the application and the product. So I hope I answered this question. So.
You did. How often would you suggest people changing their oil? Is it by year? Is it by kilometers? And what's the reasoning?
Generally, to throw a dart, we would say 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers is a great interval, right? And the oil by year, that's again a great question. Almost, Gary, the biggest challenge we see is nitrogen loss in a damper, right? There's a piggyback shock grab this dude again here. So there is in the backside here in the reservoir, we've got an IFP, a separating piston here, where this part of the shock is high pressure nitrogen, and then there's a separating piston, or in some cases a bladder, and then this part is all the oil. And then as the shock cycles in and out, that IFP moves slightly that's what's going on. But there's an O-ring around here, and then the Elka's Elka's one of the better shocks I see for nitrogen loss. They're pretty darn good in keeping their nitrogen over a long period of time. Fox OEM shocks, they're one of the worst. They've got a weak system here that leaks, and I'm talking on some of the bigger side-by-side shocks, and then they've got a cap that pushes in, and then it's retained by a screw, by a circlip. And so that thing can move around a little bit, and it doesn't have a lot of shoulder support. So we get nitrogen loss on a Fox around the O-ring here and on a Walker Evans. The Elka one, there's an O-ring in here, but it's threaded in and it jams in, so that I think they've got a little bit of a superior system to encapsulate that O-ring and keep the nitrogen in the shock. So it's where I was going with that long-winded answer is that every once in a while, it's nice to visit the shock to make sure it's got nitrogen in it. And if we can keep the nitrogen in it, the oil, could have a longer service interval. But the reality of a seal, inside a seal head, a U-cup seal. Hey, I've got one over here. Hang on.
Yeah, I love the show and tell, John. You know that.
So this is a U-cup seal, and you can see on one side it's flat, right? See that? Flat. Yeah. And on the other side, there, I'll try to get the light there. It's a good.
Yeah.
There's a cup design right there. And what happens is this is the oil pressure side, and this is the atmosphere side. So what happens is the oil, pardon me, I cut the end of that finger off when I was a kid. Yeah. Sorry. I'll use this finger. If that's any better.
That's right. Yeah.
The oil gets into this cup, and under pressure, it actually squeezes the shaft. And so we call that an energized seal by oil pressure, right? So when the shock has nitrogen pressure and the nitrogen's pushing on the oil and the oil's pushing on that seal, it squeezes on the shaft better. So what that does is it wear compensates, so that as the shock's cycling away over thousands and millions of cycles, it'll continue to maintain contact and keep a seal. But the other interesting byproduct of that is if we lose nitrogen pressure, this thing has lost its ability to seal, part of its ability to seal. So if we lose nitrogen pressure, an oil leak is quickly behind it. I'm just noticing my popper here is coming apart. So
yeah, no problem.
But yeah, so that's a thing, is that it is nice to visit a shock and check its nitrogen pressure as well as its oil. I think there's more to that question.
Is there seal? That was just me commenting, like, as far as why you do it, and I think you've answered that, and how often. Like seal, we had a shock fail last year, and it froze. The shock froze in the lodge sessions. How, what ways could you prevent that, as far as, aside from, keeping on your shocks? It was a sled we had just acquired, and this is our first year on it. But yeah,
and this does have suspension work done. It's got Pro Action Stage 3 incremental valving done to the rear. So we're there. It's in right now getting its rebuild, but that's what it looked like. Sure, maybe you've seen something like that.
Yeah. So all you can do is as where we were going with that is the shock breaks in just like your engine does, right? The first couple tanks of gas, that piston's whipping around inside there. The piston band is honing the bore to its dimension. All that contamination, we call that generated. Contamination is either generated or ingressed, right? So it's generated inside from all the moving parts, and the contamination, it kind of rains down into the seal head, right, where we don't want it, right? And so the byproduct of that is the shock starts to get sticky, because now you've got abrasives packing in around the seal from break-in, right? So nobody wants to hear this, but it would be nice to put 2 tanks of gas through your brand new snowmobile and then get all the shocks serviced, right? And then get all that break-in contamination out of the shock, and then clean it, put in a good quality synthetic oil, and then the thing will go 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers, right? But really, unless it's a very high quality damper, like an Elka or the Fox, I picked on them a little earlier, but they've got beautiful anodizing in their shock bodies and high quality pistons and seals. The oil lasts pretty good long time in them. So you kind of just gotta, keep on top of maintenance. And a quick way of checking a shock that doesn't cost you a cent if you're handy is to take the shock out, take the spring off the shock, and compress it. And it should extend all the way back out with authority, right? And you can feel if you're pushing on that shock, you can, my wife Jen she can pick a nitrogen pressure within 2 or 3 psi from pushing on a shock. She's awesome. And she'll bring one over and she said, "This one's low."
That's awesome.
So she checks every Elka shock that comes in our door. She checks it. She checks the springs. She checks the nitrogen. She checks the application, and we try to ensure the best possible product going out. But to get circle back is press on the shock, and the shock should extend all the way back out. If it doesn't go all the way out and you have to pull it the last even 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeters, she's failed, right? It has the IFP or it has lost enough oil that now there's not enough capacity in the shock to send it all the way out. Walker Evans, unfortunately, we see a ton of Walker Evans fails on really new stuff. But walk up to your front bumper on your Polaris and close the compression adjusters all the way and push on the bumper. And it should lock up both sides of that snowmobile. And quite often we see the one side move and the other side not. And that's a quick way of saying, yep, that shock is failed. Even if it passes that test, it doesn't tell you that the oil is good. It just may tell you that shock hasn't failed, right? So shock should push all the way back out. Fox QS3, a good hint, that 3-position blade on the top of the shock, it should be hard to turn. It should go snap into position. If you can turn that one of those blades and there's no discernible detent, that shock has lost nitrogen pressure completely, because it's the nitrogen in the shock that loads that detent mechanism. So we can give you little hints if you reach out to us to test your particular shock. But those are a couple of good ideas anyway.
Very cool. You were trying to turn a QS3 Energy and we're like, oh my God. And like you could hardly turn it.
And funny you say that because I have a QA, the old 22 position on my 18. That's the one I showed in that picture. And every single one, you can pretty much go like this with a finger and they all move. I think it's funny you're talking about the shocks, the pushing it. I have coilovers on my car and I replaced a damper a few years ago. And I was showing a buddy of mine what they look like out of the car, and I pushed it down, and it didn't even return at all. I let out, and it stayed down. And I'm like, probably good that I switched this one out.
Yeah. Now, to quantify that a little bit, there's an old like a Monroe, the odd old shock is not gas pressurized, right? And it won't follow those rules. It won't extend back out again. So, but most quality dampers, which are pressurized gas damper, will follow that rule and should come all the way back out. And then while you're doing it, hey, play with clicker if it's got one, and you can see how effective it is for that particular shock.
Oh, perfect. We got a lot of questions piling up in the queue, which we'll get to. So there's Corey had asked something about ARMs.
Photos have gone off the rails here.
But we're going to get
going on.
It happened last time too. You get used to this with John. It's awesome.
Might have to go get another beer.
Yeah, Chris says, I'm now following you and added your site to his favorite list. He says, funny, he sees a Touring 900 Ace in the picture.
Yeah, we had one in about a week and a half ago. A gentleman, it had monster springs in it for some reason, and he only rode it by himself. So we were actually in the rare instance of making it a lot softer. We put a lot softer springs in it after checking the sags, right? Just checking the sags.
Yeah. Yeah. And Kirk and Penny says, thank you, John, for fixing my QS3R Max. Your shock dyno information was invaluable.
Yeah.
We got some pictures from Kirk as well coming up. And then Massert says he apologizes. Sorry for not talking too much. He loves just listening to great info.
Oh, good. Well, hope we've said something that helps him out. So
yeah, it's hard to get. And then Sled Tube says when he first went to John's shop, I had my Elkas rebuilt by a local shop the year before. John got me to push the front end down. Both front shocks are valve totally different. I use accelerated from now on.
Oh, well, I'm glad we helped him out. So
I love that. So how did you get the sled up on the shelf with all terrain TS?
What behind me?
Yeah.
That's on a hydraulic. That's on a hydraulic lift table. You just can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does oil get old just from sitting? Say in an engine block that hasn't ran for years, chain case oil, shock oil.
Well, let's discuss that. Shock oil is almost no, right? Because it's almost like a carburetor, right? Like the fuel that sits in a carburetor in the bottom of a float bowl. What happens is if it has a path to atmosphere, it's a victim of thermal expansion, right? If a room warms up and cools down, that carburetor will breathe, right? And the chain case is the same, and engine oil is the same. Is there over time, even if the vehicle's not run, if that engine block or the chain case is experiences thermal swing, then it will communicate air in and out, even just a little bit. And if you don't think that's a thing, try running your dirt bike through a river, and ask me how I know. And the vent will pull it because you've taken a hot motor and you've shoved it into a cool river. The thing will pull in a dramatic amount of water, right? And all of a sudden your oil is way over full and white and milky, right? So that's an extreme case. But what's going on is from thermal, change, it's breathing, right? So engine oil and chain case oil will pull in moisture over time, unless that thing is in a perfectly stable thermal environment. So yes, in that case, you can get moisture into oil in those two situations, chain case and oil. But in a shock absorber, it is sealed, with nitrogen kind of keeping it together. So the shock oil won't go bad over time, but if nitrogen will fade over time. And I wanted to touch on that earlier when Gary, we were talking about how often should a shock be serviced. Because 4 or 5 years, the nitrogen will generally permeate through the O-ring, and if it can, and the valve core system. Some shocks use a needle which pierces a rubber core in the middle of the nitrogen cap, and those needles are hollow. And every time they go in and come out, they will bore a tiny, tiny piece, like I'm talking 0.1 of a millimeter core of rubber will come out. And so you can do that 5, 6, 7 times, and the nitrogen pressure will reseal that injury only so many times. But, we use soap and water when we check something for any fast leaks, but, you can't check a real slow leak. So you got to that's why a good shock will have a redundant cap go over the nitrogen fill system with an O-ring. So you maintain the nitrogen in the system. So.
It reduces that loss of oil as well, right? Of the failure.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. We'll keep rolling here. The questions are still stacked up. So people that have asked questions, don't fear I'm getting to you. I want to get to John's pictures, because there's better times we can ask a few of these questions as we get rolling here.
That's a good one, though. Mike asked what kind of chocolate he should bring.
I can text Erica.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, if that has us sorted for now, Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was sorted. Yeah, I sorted.
Yeah. Perfect. And then this is Kirk. This is Kirk sent this picture. He says fan photos of John Sherrard doing John stuff in Newfoundland 2022.
I got my Snow Escapes cap on there, and Kirk and Penny, for those of you that don't know, have got a touring company in Newfoundland near Meadows, Newfoundland, and just the most wonderful couple you'll ever meet. And you can stay there, and they'll take you on guided tours into the back country of Newfoundland. If you do one thing in this lifetime, I would reach out to them and go for a trip snowmobiling in Newfoundland. And we chiseled that shock out of an expedition and yeah, that had what I think something broke. One of the shock bolts broke, and I was on holiday.
Shaft is broken. It looks like the lower shaft is broken.
Well, on the Expedition, it's offset to one side. It doesn't run dead center in an Expedition.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But that shaft is very, very common to bend, and it's just on a wide track or super wide track with the rails are 20. Well, they're not 20 inches apart, but they're a long way apart, right? Or a 24 wide. That poor shaft has got a tough job, and you know, if the shock bottoms before the rail bumpers touch the arms, you can generate a spike force and bend that shaft. So maybe Kirk can remind me why we ended up taking that shock out. I think it froze, or a bolt came out, or I think the bolt came out and backed out, and the thing was clunking around. And I said, just take the damn thing out. And our experience with testing, we've run many snowmobiles with no center shock for short periods of time or longer. And so I think we just chucked the thing in the back of the Expedition and kept going. So
yeah, that's great.
Fun day.
Troy Park says, Gary, did you not have a show with Kirk on it? And we did. Kirk and Penny were on, and we did the first snowmobile session screech in live on the air. If no one hasn't watched it, you got to go back and look up the snow escapes. Kirk and Penny Hastings. It's the most fun I ever had a night. Well, Pete Redneck's Dirty Hands is in there too. But I had that was just a fun, crazy time. Penny is just amazing. And I do want to get out there and ride one day.
Gary,
it's definitely on my bucket list.
I've watched every episode of Kane's Quest, right? It's for those that don't know about that, it's a massive multi-day 3,000 plus kilometer race in the interior of Labrador, and boy, oh boy, it's a tough race. And Kirk was lucky enough and skilled enough to podium that race, which is a hell of an accomplishment. And we were blessed enough to help him. Oh yeah, bounced rubber, yeah. But I was lucky enough to be involved with that effort and provide suspension and help with Kirk, and it was one of the beginnings of a very long friendship. But Penny, they had Kirk and Penny, and they were interviewing Penny, and it was the only time in probably 7 episodes that I'd ever heard the beep, 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 where they were beeping out somebody's profanity, and it was Penny.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, it was. I just love her to death, and they're the most amazing couple you'd ever meet.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun. And then he sent me another fun. So he says that this is a photo of John Sherrard doing John stuff, and he sent me a picture of Jen Sherrard doing Jen stuff. So you want to see? Do you want? Is this? I don't know whether this is even showable on live TV, but no, there she is with the bird in her hand.
Yeah,
a bird in her hand is worth 2 shocks in the bush, I guess.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we were at Brent's cabin where that photo was taken, and one of the most beautiful places I'd ever been in the world. It was amazing, and yeah. So I thought she'd be digging out Penny's XRS backcountry out of a tree hole or something. It's
Jen, he doesn't send those photos in, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't send. Yeah, it's funny that
he
people
probably will now, but
yeah, for sure.
Jen is so concerned with not causing anyone any trouble, right? And so you can't go to Newfoundland and then say I don't want to get stuck, right? Because that's part of the fun. And so we put big wide ski skins on her for the next day, and she did a lot better the second day. But yeah, we had a ton of fun in Newfoundland. So go if you can.
Yeah, we had New Brunswick on last week, and what is you've ridden New Brunswick a lot? I take. What is your take on the experience? What's different about it? Newfoundland versus New Brunswick?
Myself, I've never ridden in New Brunswick. It's on our bucket
I thought
list.
you had. Okay.
No, I have an invitation. Mark Wilkins, one of our test riders, has penciled in me going with him to New Brunswick. He found just an incredible lodge there, and the trails were amazing. But no, I haven't been. I've only snowmobiled in Ontario and Quebec, and then flew to Deer Lake, and Kirk and Penny picked me up, and Jen and I up, and then we rode for a long weekend there. So that was our bucket list trip away. And so yeah, no, I haven't yet in New Brunswick, but I hear what I've heard is that Gaspé is the best place in the world until you've been to New Brunswick, and then you'll see.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, that's what I've heard, and maybe some other riders can back that up, but hey, a good day on a snowmobile when those trails are awesome is the best thing in the world. So it doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, for sure. And here we got you running the slacker here on the back of the suspension. And then you got the shop dog there helping out.
I said earlier, they're setting the sag and then they're setting the wag.
Yeah. Oh, good one. Good one. Yeah, that's Handsome. He's that's Bear Handsome's his nickname, but he loves snowmobiling and motorcycling, anything ATV. He'll get on an ATV, and he's getting older now. He's 9 now, and I have to actually call him, or unless he really wants to go for a ride. But we push his customer sled out. Then the customer might come in to pay and then come back in and laugh. And he'd say, "Can you get your dog off my sled?" And I'm like, "No, you got to take it for a ride around the property." So
that's awesome.
But yeah, Bear weighs 70 pounds. And so the odd time we will use him to mimic. We weighed it today. A full fuel caddy and an oil caddy weighs 50 pounds. And then if you got 20 pounds in a Lynx bag, you're right there, right? So the odd time will, and if you look at that photo, we've very carefully put down a towel so that his nails don't scratch the customer's sled. So, but
yeah, nice.
Yeah,
I love it.
So he is setting the wag. I knew it.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, that's very cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
we can't get our dog to touch anything power sports related.
We had her in the ski boost, not moving in the summertime.
I tried to get her on a wave runner this summer. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, Bear loves to go tubing. We'll drag the tube behind the boat, and he's like, oh, and then we pull the rope in and we change kids, and he'll get in and sit there, and then we'll take him tubing, and we're careful. We don't do the big, we're cognizant that we don't want to scare him. That's not funny. But yeah, he's crazy. He's the best guy in the world, that dog.
Yeah, awesome. That's perfect. This looks like a prop wrench. What are we looking at here?
It does look like a prop wrench, actually.
Okay. So we're constantly telling customers to add preload to the rear of the machine, right? As snow accumulates over the course of the day, you gotta sneak the preload adjust up to keep it at 3 inches of sag. Because as it gets to 4 inches of sag and lower, hey, it finds the center shock again and starts to pry the skis off the snow. So we've always preached that. Keep it at 3 inches of sag. And a Ski-Doo rider, we will tell them about 4 fingers under the snow flap in the trail is roughly equivalent to 3 inches of sag at the bumper. So keep it there. And then we had a customer actually come in and show us one of these wrenches that he had 3D printed. And I said, that's brilliant. And so we got our name.
Got your logo on it. Yeah.
We got our name on there, and it's got a step in it so that you're getting your knuckles away from the link and the coupler block, so you're not smashing your fingers and bleeding all over your snowmobile. And the thing weighs like it's ounces. I don't know how you show weight on
that's right.
On the screen, other than, but yeah, it drops on your preload adjust and allows you to add or take out preload. And also he put the that there is for the adjustable limiter strap. If you forgot your 13 mil or half-inch wrench, you can use this guy in a pinch, and you can just chuck it in your glove box. It weighs nothing. It's not going to beat up on your smartphone or anything. So,
Yeah,
no real big money maker for us. I think it's $39 that we sell this thing for, but it helps us help the customer do a job and try to be as painless as possible. So that's a preload wrench for a BRP. Yeah.
That's awesome. Love it. As a 3D printer myself, I love the ingenuity of things like that, especially with the little, I think they're 3/8 or whatever, the socket for the strap. So that's it.
Yeah.
Corey says, Gary, 3D print us a couple.
Corey, you don't touch no limiter strap. I saw those earlier comments.
Oh, very
Let's
cool.
get back on topic here. Come on.
This is neat. So what is this? This is your grease, your grease nipples you've added into the
Spring guides.
The spring guides, right?
Yep.
So what's it greasing between the plastic and the bushing?
On the BRP one, it's greasing the underside of the torsion spring to keep that friction down, right? And
Okay,
it's
so it's
also
actually greasing the guide where the torsion spring runs, right?
Yeah, that's the primary function. And the secondary is greasing the rotation of that bushing. Because as the torsion spring does its job, it's also arcing down. And when we pop those things out after a year, they are rusted. The anodizing or the zinc plating is gone, and they're rusting and further adding to the resistance of bump control in the chassis, right? So, that on the BRP one, it's doing both. On the Polaris one, I'm trying to point to my screen. On the Polaris one, we couldn't do that because the clearance between the center collar and the plastic guide is so sloppy that the grease just shot out the front and the back. So on the Polaris ones, we only have it greasing the bottom part of the torsion spring. So
Polaris doesn't have a bushing inside that. It's just the plastic on the shaft, is it? On the bolt?
Well, they're both very similar. The Polaris system uses the nut. On the Ski-Doo, the bolt goes through the face in that cavity. It's a socket head cap screw, goes in that cavity through the rail, and the nut's on the inside of the rail. The Polaris is backwards. The bolt comes through from the rail, and then it's a one-piece nut collar arrangement, right? So they've actually theoretically done it with one fewer part. And there's a set of wrench flats on the nut that are exposed when you look at it from the outside. So,
perfect.
But just the tolerance in that system wasn't sufficient to be able to do that same design. So,
yeah. So All Terrain TV, do you just drill a hole from the bottom where the spring rides into the larger hole for the bushing, then put grease zerd in, or in the middle, or are you drilling down where the spring guide rides as well?
On the BRP one, we remove that steel collar, of course, and then we drill up in from the bottom, pierce that cavity, and then intersect the drill. We've had some very beautiful jigs made by Clark from Bergstrom Carbides, helped us make that jig, and to hold it and just hit the corresponding channel from the grease fitting. So
nice.
There's a few prototypes wrecked before we got it dialed. But then when you push the steel sleeve in, it blocks that communication hole at the bottom. So it just does its thing. The grease goes around the bushing on the top side, which arguably is where the load is, right, from the top down. Yeah. And then it also greases the underside of the torsion spring. So it's pretty.
So can you buy these already done from you? Yeah, right on. Perfect.
Yeah, we got them in our website, and they'll fit like hundreds of models of BRP chassis that we've used. The new one in 2020, I think they updated that piece and made it dramatically wider. It didn't used to be that wide up on the 2018s and 19s. It was significantly shorter. So I think due to product life, maybe coefficient of friction is reduced as the load footprint gets increased. So that we've taken the new design piece there and then put the fitting in. So and drilled the appropriate holes.
Very cool. That's neat. Very cool. Yeah, I seen that when you put it on Facebook, and I thought that's a genius idea. So here we go.
This is a good time for Corey's question.
It is. Yeah, we're going to get to some of the questions that were unanswered. Now we see this. So, so what are we looking at here, John? We've got a
that is a snowmobile.
You've got some sort of measurement device on the top A-arm.
Yeah, so that is a little beast we buy from Amazon, an angle finder, and you can get them for $29. And then what we're doing is a stock XRS has somewhere between 9 and 11 degrees of A-arm angle. So those A-arms are pointing to the moon, and they honestly don't need to be that high in my opinion. Yes, if you're going to just drive across a field and smash into a driveway approach, having that extra exposed travel is better. But if you're trying to get the thing through a corner, then flatter is better. By bringing the A-arms down flat is what we shoot for. You're kind of bringing the motor down in between the spindles. So when it tries to side load the spindle, it can't roll the snowmobile. It just, like a Formula One car, it just digs in. And Corey's answer there, that's the point of flat A-arms is to reduce the roll center of the snowmobile. Not only are you bringing the CG down by 2 to 3 inches on an XRS, but you're dramatically reducing the roll center, which is the mechanical advantage of the engine weight to roll over the chassis in a corner, right? Does that make sense?
Yep. Now,
so,
by bringing it, go ahead, finish up. Sorry.
By bringing it down flat, we now bring the motor down in between the spindles slightly, and the centrifugal or the G force that we can generate in the corner and the safety in the handling is unbelievable by just that little trick. But again, the stock springs, you can't get there. You can put them to zero preload, but you're still going to have, I think, on the XRS about 4 to 5 degrees of A-arm angle, where our dual rate spring in this picture has allowed us, the tenders let us come down to basically essentially a zero A-arm angle.
Yeah, you can see the dual rate spring there with that plastic coupling underneath it, right? Or the plastic bushing. Very cool. So there was a conversation on Facebook and someone said, well, the XRS was built on the RS, the race sled, and they're meant to be, sitting high and meant to jump a house and blah, blah, blah. So what's your answer to someone like that you say that to, that says that in rebuttal to this isn't what the sled's made for, why do we want it flat like that?
Tell that to the guy that bought it. Right?
Yeah.
It's, hey, I'm all for it. Like, if you want to jump driveways all day, give her, right? The dual rate spring will still help you because it's soft in the top for grip, and the ski moves very nicely over the bumps, and the bottom main spring is still a lot stronger than the BRP OEM. Yeah, good point. Right? So the OEM spring. So if you want to just jump stuff all day, add preload. Don't worry about flat A-arms. Just add 15 mil of preload to that thing. It'll jack it right up, and it'll still work better than stock. But for the guy that wants to get through that corner flat, this kit works, right? And and we get so many guys bring in an XRS and said, I went into the dealer with my wallet open ahead of me and said, give me the best sled you got. They sold me this thing and I hate it, And that onus, I guess, is on dealer education. They shouldn't have sold him an XRS. The XRS is the big bump sled. You guys are right, But when the guy wants to take his XRS and get through a corner, this kit helps, right? So, and then people say, well, you shouldn't have bought an XRS. And I say, yeah, but the XRS gave you premium piggyback shocks. It gave you reinforced rails on the skid. It gave you good running boards. It gave you, Homer called it rack and peanut steering, right?
Yeah.
But so you can still buy an XRS if you want to, and then you can use our kit to get it through a corner. And then, hey, maybe you got the best of both worlds. You can still lengthen the limiter strap, throw in some preload, lift it up, and pound moguls, right? Or you can set the A-arms flat with our kit, pull the limiter strap up to where we suggest you run it, and rail and apex. So again, we're trying to give best of both worlds.
So if someone's looking at a sled and they want that superior trail handling, would you suggest they buy an X package and do a little bit of work at your shop on it? Or would you still say XRS because it is a better shock?
We get asked that question all the time, Gary. And basically I tell people, get the gauges that you want. You know, get the color and the gauges and the motor that you want, and buy the cheapest variant of that you can. And then you can come and see us, and we'll leapfrog that shock with an Elka stage 4, stage 5 that'll give you rebound and compression and a dual rate spring. You'll save $2-3 grand at the dealership. You might spend $3 or $4 grand with us, you know, so an extra $1,000 or $1,500, but we'll give you a shock package that'll just blow you away. And that's,
that's a really good point. I like that point a lot, right? You definitely, now with the way that Ski-Doo does their packages, it is color and gauge options. And if you're going to go put Elka stage 4, stage 3, stage 5 shocks, you might as well not focus on, well, this one comes with smart shocks, or this one comes with Pro 40s, or this one comes with Pro 36.
I do have a friend that doesn't want the fancy gauge. He wants the base gauge, and he wants it to ride. And that's his whole thing is buy the lower base sled and put Elkas on it, right? Like he knows you, and that's what he's thinking. So when you say buy the gauge you want, it doesn't necessarily mean the 10 1/4 with a bad shock package. It means he doesn't want the mapping. He doesn't want the fancy gauge. He just wants the bare bones, and he wants the better shock. So that's I'm glad you answered that. I was just asking as a devil's advocate more than anything else, seeing 100%. The comments, you know, online, right? So,
and if you do get the XRS, we got a spring kit to help you make the best of it, right? And then you've, so whatever you got will help you turn it into something that's awesome for you. But that's our advice after somebody has gained, or we've earned their trust and we've worked on their machines maybe 1 or 2 before, and then they phone us in March and say, hey, I just saw this. Should I go buy one, or should I do this or this? And that's basically our recommendation. So
that's awesome. Going back to your little Zerks, you put in the little the torsion spring slides. Corey said he wonders if drilling a hole, will it reduce the strength of that plastic? Will it risk cracking it in cold more, or what do you think?
Good question. I don't think so. We're talking a 3 millimeter hole, right? It's pretty damn tiny. And it's structurally, it's kind of down on the center line of where the torsion spring goes. So, if we had drilled several holes right in that thin area between the middle of the torsion spring and the bushing, then I would be worried that it would erode faster than it would crack. It would cause a fault line, but time will tell. I don't think we've caused. I think we've just perhaps we've extended. I want to think we've extended the life of that part, because all the ones I've seen, that are 3 or 4 years old, the rusty old torsion spring sawing its way through it is the biggest problem it's got.
I've seen them, and it's even if it's not like you say, sawing right through, it's so damaged, that track, that it's got to be causing some friction.
Oh, friction big time, especially when the spring is rusted, right? So
Yeah.
I sleep very well at night after designing that. I don't have any concerns, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Any input, John, on throttle the shock shaft higher for more travel when required?
Throttle the shock shaft higher.
That's from your buddy Kirk. That might be Newfoundlandese he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe. Could you clarify that, Kirk? Throttle. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means.
Might be talking about maybe increasing ride height or something, or changing your preload. It's maybe throttle to me means getting something, adding something, or throttling it back. Actually,
I think he's meaning if you lower it like that, can you easily get it back up again, or does that require removing that dual rate setup you've got?
Yeah,
I think that's what he meant, throttling it back.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll clarify there in a moment.
Yeah.
What was that? What was the last question?
Here's you still get full travel with a flat A-arm angles. You use way less effort to rail the trails and still pound the bumps, even on Sundays.
And he's right. And that's one of the things we explain is yes, statically, when we enter a flat, smooth corner, the sled is sitting a little lower, right? But as soon as we get into bumps, the ski shock still opens up full travel, and then it's there to take the hit. So, if it's kind of a moot point, right? So,
yeah. Here's a question from Sled Tube. Is a rack steering on the X and XRS that noticeable compared to non-rack adrenaline package?
I've been asked that question before, and I think the answer is over time, right? The rack system with theoretically radial bearings and more support has got to provide less frictional resistance over time, right? So 2, 3, 4 years, when the bushings have dried right out and now it's hard to turn the bars, I think, if you tried both sleds brand new, went down the trail, you've got to be able to feel the difference. I've never had the opportunity to hop on one, hop on the other, but yeah, I think the problem will compound as the sled ages and the bushings dry out. Because how often, and I do this, but how often have we lifted the hood off, maybe lifted the expansion chamber if it's 2-stroke, or got our head in there and lubricated the point, the rack system. Probably not a lot of guys would have done that, right? We do. On the old Vipers and Sidewinders, you can get in with a claw and you can pull the rivets off of the boots where the 2 steering arms go into the bulkhead, right? On a BRP, I think they're riveted, so you can't do this. But on the Cat Procross, you can cheat, go in there, and then we've got this awesome lubricant that we use from Worth, right? And that stuff creeps into a joint. We use it on all the pivot points of a snowmobile. We sell it. I don't know that you're supposed to, but we promote it. And we sell this thing if you've got an automotive account. It's not a retail product, but we pass it on to our customers, and it bubbles in and creeps in and propagates into the joint, and then the propellant evaporates. And we use it on everything that doesn't have a grease fitting, which on a friggin' new Ski-Doo is like the whole skid, right? They put 2 grease fittings in that skid, and there should be 14 of them. So we hit every joint in that skid, and we hit all the A-arm mounts. And then if we lift the hood, we'll go in and we'll hit all the steering knuckle points. And then you can just turn the bars. Oh, the thing frees right up. The other place that loves lubrication is where the steering post disappears in the bodywork. There's a rubberized, like a plastic rubber bushing there. And we've seen some that on some manufacturers, they're just a tiny whisker tight, and we spray some of that lube in there, and then the bars free right up. So it's a great item. So I kind of circled around his answer, and I spent a long time saying I don't know if the rack system is truly less friction than a fresh bushing system, but I know that it would, over time, the rack and pinion system would be less friction. Should be less maintenance over time. So.
Yep. No, thank you for that. The insight on the greasing is good. I'm going to have my whole front end and pipe off in a few weeks here to put a bumper on. So I'll have to look at my steering on my 18 then.
Get in there, lubricate anything that moves is our mantra.
Good to know.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Sweet. Kirk and Penny says more throttle, raise the nose of the sled when you see terrain.
When in doubt, throttle out, right?
Yeah. The question was, any input, John, on throttle when you see terrain and the shock shaft higher for more travel when required? Like a higher sled. He's meaning if it's a higher sled setup like a stock XRS, will it allow you, I'm paraphrasing here.
Kirk is an ex-racer. So that's his way of saying, if you see rough terrain, pin it and lean back. And the shocks will open up and take it, right? I think is where we're going. And that's a great point. I saw a T-shirt one time that said, when in doubt, pin it. It might not be the right thing to do, but it ends the suspense.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I loved it. Yeah.
John, do you know anything? Sean Chilton asks. Sean Chilton, he writes a lot of manuals for automotive and stuff. Oh. Do they know anything about the new shock that Polaris has out called Dynamics?
You'd think a guy like Chilton would know how to spell Polaris, right?
Blame autocorrect and beer for that one.
Yeah, I know. I'm the worst victim of that. Some of the crap my phone pukes out when I'm using voice to text is embarrassing. Try voice to texting Petawawa when you my old Viper stranded me in Petawawa, and I'm trying to tell my wife where the hell I was. It was so funny.
That's hilarious.
But so what was Mr. Chilton's question again? I'm sorry.
How much do you know about the Dynamics? Are you working on it?
Yeah. My good friend Will at Velocity Sled Performance is my Polaris guru in my pocket, and he's getting us some of the ski shocks from the new Dynamics, because he's done testing and says, the spring rate isn't cutting it. So we're going to make a kit for that shock absorber. But we touched on the dynamic system earlier in the podcast about how it's using an IMU to stiffen and strengthen the shock based on throttle and bar inputs and deceleration and braking, things like that. So it works very well for an open loop system. That we say the Ski-Doo system is closed loop, meaning it's giving an input to the shocks and then it's watching what happens to the travel, and then it's giving another input to the shock absorber. So it's a closed loop system where the Polaris is telling the shock what to do, but has no idea if it listened or what did the vehicle, how did it react?
Right? Like most relationships.
But when I drove that Polaris Razor with Dynamics, that thing worked great. It worked.
Yeah, they say it do. All laughing aside, they say it does work.
The Pro R, I think, is still like the Razor Pro R, I think, is still the staple of performance side by sides. I don't think that the Can-Ams have even got up to that. That was years ago too, with their 4-cylinder with the Dynamics. Those things are killer.
Yeah.
Troy, a couple questions. Troy Park, what was that Worth spray called? And one DC says, I couldn't read the name of the Worth lubricant. Can you read it out? Yeah. Worth has many types.
It is HHS Red Lube.
Oh yeah, that shows up great there. HHS Red lubricant. Yeah.
Extreme pressure. Now you're going to get sticker shock when you get a price on this can, but remember, just use it on your sled and it'll last. A can will last you 2 years. Yeah. You got it. Yeah.
Perfect. That's awesome. No, that's really good. Hey, if it's good stuff, you do got to pay. That's for sure.
Yeah. That's life. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone else asked a question here. It'd be a good time. Something about if you didn't, where is it here? Someone said, if I didn't have thousands of dollars to spend on Elkas, can you recommend something else?
In terms of a shock manufacturer, well, we can dual rate a stock shock, right? We talked about that earlier, that hey, we can service your stock shock, revalve it if it needs to be revalved, and put a dual rate spring kit on it. And that would be like a third to a half the cost of an Elka. So I think that's a good answer. Yeah, there's a couple new players in the shock game. But Len, I've seen the Len product, and we've talked to them about servicing their product. We met those guys at Toronto show. I haven't looked at the price point, but they shouldn't be a lot cheaper than the Elka. The problem with buying a cheap shock is you're getting a cheap shock, right? And it'll have a small rod, and it might not have adjustability. So
it might not have a real piggyback on it. I've seen some of the Amazon shocks cut open, and the piggyback is fake. Yeah.
They call them Scholins. Yeah.
Scholins. Oh man.
Yeah. No, we heard a lot of good. We heard a lot of great stuff about Elkas. Are there any cons to buying Elka shocks?
Yes, there is a big con, because you're going to want them for the rest of your life.
I've heard that from people.
Now listen, and that begs me to another one. Someone asked about how does it work that you can take them for your next sled? Like,
I think he was just saying,
how are they? Like, you buy Elka shocks and you want to use them on your next sled. Are they all universal? Or
I can touch on that. But I didn't mean to jokingly dismiss the last gentleman's question. No. Right. But I don't see a negative, really, once you suck up paying for them, and that's the worst part, for the rest of your life, you're going to love them. And that's our guarantee. And that's what we're here for. Right. Can you also, did you like this? Ken was another one of our fantastic US customers, and he brought up some hot dogs and this wicked mustard. I need some more of that mustard, Ken. You'll have to.
You're not allowed to smuggle meat across the border. What the heck's he doing?
Hot dogs.
And he put his, yeah, that's true too. Lips and arses.
Lips and arseholes.
He says, John, you mentioned Elka shocks can be transferred to another sled. Aren't they sled specific? Can you elaborate? Also, do you like the Salins hot dogs I brought? Thank you, Ken.
So Ken's point is that, yes, a Ski-Doo guy is usually a Ski-Doo guy. A Polaris guy will stay a Polaris guy, right? So if we follow that reality, then we suggest, hey, an Elka's big purchase for, it might be a few grand, or, depending on the version or the adjustability you want, a couple of grand to $4,000 or whatever. And that's a chunk, but you're not throwing them out in a year like you are a TRAC, or some other, things that aren't easily transferable to your next machine. So chances are that, if you're into a 22 Renegade and you buy shocks for it, and then you buy a 25, the shocks will fit, right? And the center shock, for example, the center shock hasn't changed since 2012. That same shock will fit, physically will fit a Renegade or an MXZ chassis snowmobile right up to a 2025. They haven't changed the length of that shock. What has changed, when the 120 inch went to a 129, remember the MXZs did that, I think in 17,
17.
17 if I'm right. The rear shock got longer. So 3 of the shocks could transfer, but that one shock got longer. And then when they went to the R Motion X in 2020 and a half, 2021, the rear arms got longer in the skid, and the rear shock again got longer in the MXZ and the Renegade platform. The ski shocks, they go up and down a little bit over the years. The XS XP chassis, they fit from like 03 to, like from 03 right up to 2017 before the Gen 4. The ski shocks were interchangeable. And then the bodywork, the way the bodywork hangs down right here, the way that bodywork hangs down on the Elkas, we had to rotate the reservoir 45 degrees, right? So now the Gen 4, Gen 5 use a different ski shock. But where I'm going is that there's a tremendous fitment commonality once you step into the Elkas. And the odd time one shock will change. If there's been a big marketing or product change with BRP. Again, I hate to be spending so much time talking about the Ski-Doo, but that's the reality. So I say, hey, own them for a few years, 2 years or 1 year, take them off the sled, sell the sled, because you're not going to get your money back. And then put them on the next sled, and if we've had many customers say, hey, I took the shocks off my 18 and I want to put them on my 22. Will they fit? And I said, yes, 3 of them will, 1 of them won't. I'll sell that one used for you, and we'll give you credit, and we'll put it into the new one. So we like to work with.
I was just going to ask that if you offer solutions for that trade-in value.
Yeah, we can do it on consignment. I'll just say, hey, Bob wants $500 or $700 for this rear stage 4, whatever it is. And cool. Or I'll say, Bob, I'll give you $400 or $500 square, so we don't have to leave your name on it, and let's close the books, and then I'll service it and sell it used or get somebody out of trouble.
Trade them for a pack of hot dogs or something.
Yeah, and some mustard.
Yeah, exactly. Here's one here. Anthony Martin says he got Elka shocks last year for his Gen 5 Renegade. Center shock snapped at the bottom where the shaft threads in. Elka tells me they had several of these issues. Is that something you've experienced?
Absolutely. We were part of that recall. Elka got some bad eyes from their supplier, and we did a ton of testing, and to be accurate, it didn't snap off. What happens is it pulled off. The eye pulled off the bottom of the threads, and we narrowed it down to the material of the eye. We thought initially it was the dimensions of the thread, because we did a bunch of testing and a bunch of measuring trying to narrow down the batch problem. But it ended up being a little more elusive than that. They got a batch of the casting of the eyes was poor, and it didn't show up after you anodize a part, right? It's like glaze on a donut. You can't see the donut underneath, right? So we had a few, I don't know how many we had fail, but obviously more than we wanted to, but we had a handful of them fail and pull the eye off, and it can be traumatic. Nobody was ever hurt, but other than the TRAC, the TRAC took a little bit of a beating, but Elka was great. They did a recall. We did a recall letter to everyone that had purchased that shock, and we recalled the shocks. We changed the eyes, and that it implemented a process at Elka where they ended up changing. They went from and I don't know my aluminums. They went from like a 60-61 to a 70-75 aluminum material, and made it stronger. And now they have to pass like a 10,000 pound tensile pull test. Wow. So they got a hold of it. I get recalls every week for my truck. No, I'm kidding. I don't.
Yeah.
It was,
Oh, you have a Ram.
Oh, you have a Dodge. Oh, yeah. My bad, bro.
I don't. I have a GM, and I've had one recall on the tailgate. So touch wood. But hey, nobody I don't think is immune to a recall, and it was just really weird because in 15 years I'd never been involved with one with Elka, so it was our first.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's good that you're honest about it too. That's really good. Sled Tube's talking about the dynamics. I thought this was a Ski-Doo chat. What's with all this dynamics talk?
Hey, we've been talking mostly Ski-Doo here. So
yeah. Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Gotta rep all the brands.
Yeah. Well, why do you think major brands like Ski-Doo or Polaris don't use Elka from factory?
Excellent question. And they have been approached. And due to my relationship with Elka, I've been privy to some of those discussions, right? And Elkas have been, I think, in 2 instances, the Wildcat side-by-side from Arctic Cat had a version that had Elkas on it.
Cool.
And who else was it? CF Moto, I think, ATVs had Elkas. I had one version with Elkas. But the problem is, and this is a challenge that they all face, is that these meetings will occur, and it sounds amazing, right? BRP will come to Elka and say, we're going to give you an order for 15,000 shock absorbers. And they're all like, whoa. But you're going to make $8 a shock.
Yeah.
So if you can make that work, and I'm making up numbers, please.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, for sure.
You know, I know it's way more than that, but it comes to the point where they've got an Elka looked into, they needed another manufacturing facility, they needed another warehouse, and they were dealing with low margins. And the margins are so low, they're incentivized to reduce the quality of the product, right? And you know, I had a long conversation with one of the key reps at Fox sled show, and you know, he said there's very different. The Fox that you get stock on a, you know, Yamaha is very different than the aftermarket Fox that you buy. You know, they're 2 very different quality points, unfortunately. So Elka didn't want to go down that road. They had those meetings, and then they had internal meetings, and they decided that, you know, there's so much attraction to chase OEM business, but there's a lot of risk, and it's not all smiles and sunshine, right? So,
oh, that's cool. That's pretty good. Sean Chilton corrected us. He says, wrong Chilton manual. I'm from Canada, just a few miles from Gary, and the wrong side of the wealthy barber, unfortunately. Having a stage 4 rear Elka blows a stock XR shock out of the water. It totally changes the sled.
You know, so yes, not to say that the KYB doesn't make good product. They do, but there's such a game changer to have rebound. And you know, I think I hinted at this earlier in the podcast, but the ability to tune the rebound when the trail gets choppier is game changing, right? Because, and especially, you know, the Procross stuff from Cat and Yamaha, the Fox Zero Pros, the calibration team out west in the US, their mantra for setting up suspension was they would fly across a field at 100 mile an hour and hit a driveway approach. And if the rider didn't get ejected out of the seat, that was the goal. So they had really, really strong rebound. And here in Ontario, when we get on a railway line that's beat up on a Sunday, that rebound is wrong. It is not fast enough for the terrain and the speed we are going on that terrain. So the Elka stage 4 or stage 5 allows you to open up the rebound adjuster and allow that skid to follow that chatter, which maintains the ride height high, like imagine a trophy truck when the tires are doing this and the guys in there could be sipping a tea, right? And the thing's just surfing. that's because the shock is permitting the wheels to follow the terrain, and that's fast adjustable rebound. So yeah, I can't take anything away from his comment other than to say that, hey, KYB makes pretty good stuff, but man, the Elka is good. And when you have the ability and the knowledge to tune the rebound, it's unbelievable. It's so good.
Yeah, that's cool. What is stage 3, stage 4? What does that mean?
So stage 2 is a straight shock absorber, no piggyback, right? And it has rebound damping. And we have these on our website. There's a description of each stage on our website.
Oh,
stage
cool.
3 adds piggyback with compression damping, but no rebound. And then stage 4 is compression and rebound. And then stage 5 is, I've got one beside me here, I'll grab it. Stage 5 adds a high performance cartridge with compression and, high and low speed compressions. Jen got me a few of them here.
Oh, cool.
She's so awesome.
She's
never
just
watched
waiting
these
for Mike to
podcasts.
walk in the. She's waiting for Mike to walk through the door with a box of chocolate. Who's kidding you?
So
He
this
hasn't
is
said anything for a while. He might be on his way right now.
Yeah, probably. Ding dong. Hey, come on. So this is a stage 2 shock. This is a center shock absorber. I can tell by the length of it. Sits in there like this. And then so you've got rebound adjust. So we sell this is very popular for even an older gentleman with an enduro, but wants a dramatic improvement. The shocks, the 3, they got the air shock in the back, but the other 3 are garbage. They are steel body, cam adjust, can't do anything with them. So this has, look at all the body threads here. So as we advance the limiter strap up, we can continue to pull preload off so that we maintain a low preload, low energy fulcrum point in the snowmobile. So the stage 2 is a great shock for that application. Fantastic shock absorber. And that's available for the rear. Some of the rear shocks we can do stage 2, and the ski shocks we can do stage 2. So as economical as Elka makes is this guy here. And to point out, all of the Elka stages, they're all the same quality. There's no low quality and high quality. They're all exactly the same. It's just the adjustability. So they got large 16 millimeter shafts for good strength in the body and good oil pumping with a big shaft. You get a lot of oil pumping in there. Threaded preload. I'll zoom in on that guy a little bit. Nice threaded preload. Good, beautiful anodizing all through the shock absorber. Good spring system. Spherical bearings here. So the shock actually rotates with pretty low friction. So that's a nice piece. Yeah. And then the stage, I don't have a stage 3, but this is a stage, let's call this a stage 3. So it's got piggyback reservoir, but no rebound, right?
Yeah.
And then the stage 4, magic trick, adds rebound damping. So the stage 4 has a single compression adjuster and a rebound adjuster, same dual rate springs. In this case, it's a triple rate, but we won't confuse that too much. But that's a stage 4. And the stage 5, the only difference in the stage 5 is we now have a 2-speed cartridge, high and low speed compression damping. So that's right the premium priced shock absorber with the most amount of adjustment that we can physically have in a damper. So that's
nice. Here's Clark Wilson chiming in. My favorite exercise with John was progressing the same sled through all of the different solutions John offer. Once you hit the Elka benchmark, it's game over. No going back. Love that.
Yeah. Clark was and thanks Clark for watching. Clark was a long time Arctic Cat rider, and he decided for marketing reasons and the amount of product he was selling that he would try a yellow Ski-Doo brand. And so he bought a 900R turbo. And he said to me, he said, I'm bringing it right in and you're going to do your thing. And I said, no, you're not. I said, you're going to ride that thing stock. And
that's awesome.
And so he rode it stock and he phoned me. He goes, I think I made a mistake. And I said, no. Now bring it in. And we did dual rate springs, limiter strap, and put the right torsion springs in and sent him out. And he finished the year on that sled. And he was like, whoa, this thing is way better. Stays flat in the corners. I can go way faster. It's way safer snowmobile. And then last year we put a set of stage 5 ski shocks on to start to now introduce him into damping, right? Because the X package on the 900R, it's just aluminum HPG plus. But by putting the dual rates on, we were able to get it down low, and then we put the right torsion springs in and then tuned it with a limiter strap, and it was dramatically better snowmobile. But he still had no adjustability for compression damping. So you can't correct the machine for the pace that you're going. The damping is, when it's not adjustable, it's right for one size of bump at one speed, right? And everywhere else it's getting worse. It's faster and slower. It's a compromise, right? And once you step into a shock that has some adjustability, you can now, when it gets choppier, you can open the rebound and the ski will follow it. When
Right.
you want to go quicker, you can wind some comp in and keep it from bottoming and go faster and still stay safe, stay on your side of the trail. And we always kind of push safety primarily. If we can give you a safe snowmobile, I don't know how fast you want to ride it, but my job is to give you a safe snowmobile, right? So it was such a fun journey with Clark to do those 3 settings, and he was so nice. I haven't posted it. He did this big 3-page write-up on the journey from an unbiased point of view, right? To meet us and to have us do our thing and then end up at the Elkas. So he's been a great advocate of us, and we are of his Bergstrom Carbides too. So
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Oh, cool. Oh, this is your shock tester.
shock dyno. Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing.
Explain how a shock dyno works.
Okay, a shock dyno will have some method of cycling the shock up and down at velocity, right? It can either be a crank and a cam, or it can be electro-hydraulic, whatever it is. And then, not visible in this photo, but the top clevis mount is then attached to a load cell, right? So the dyno is monitoring the speed of the shaft going up and down. So up compression, down rebound, of course, right? And then the load cell is getting squeezed, and it's transmitting the compressive and the pull, the tension force. It's just puking it out into a spreadsheet. And then the software is saying, okay, at this speed, what is the pull force and the push force? And then it'll puke out a diagram. And it is invaluable. Once we kind of figured out how to use it and take the data and make improvements and close that loop again between testing on snow, what works, and then checking it on the dyno and then testing it and making changes. Wow, it's been amazing. I did grab a couple of dyno charts if you want to. Do you want to see them?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, hopefully,
so this is homework.
Homework. Yeah. Oh my God, that's opposite.
That's a typical dyno curve. This is from a stock summit, a 2024 summit I'm doing the development on right now. So see the 0 line by my finger here.
Yeah.
So the force above that is compression, and the force below that is rebound, right?
I got you. Yep.
So and then across the bottom is the speed in inches per second. So we're starting at 0 and we're going up to see that 24 inches per second. And that's pretty relevant to the shaft speeds we see from our data acquisition for a snowmobile. So the dyno is actually measuring pretty relevant data. Now right here, see how there's a spike in the curve and then it flattens out. Can you see that?
Yeah, I do see that. Yep.
It's subtle, but it's there.
Yeah.
So right around, what is that? 4 inches per second, I think that is. We've got a lump in the curve. And so that's a problem. That means that at low speeds, the shock is stiff. And then at high speeds, it's losing support. So this is a stock KYB HPG plus, right?
So you want that to be more, you want that line to be straight as you can get it, like on an upward angle.
Well, what we would love to see is flatter in here and then ramp up, right? So that the shock is soft at low speeds, and then as it encounters high speeds, the damping increases. And the rebound, you see, same deal. It's sloping down and then it's kind of flattening up. It's not a straight line, right? And then you can see that there's no, I've done 4 runs there and they are one over top of the other, right? Very, very subtle changes. So we then, here's an Elka that I've developed, right? So you can all say ooh and ah, and not really know what's going on here, but here you can see this. These are all the click positions. Like that's
that's not a drawing. That's your grocery list.
Yeah, exactly. Ignore this. That's like cat food. But right. Here is like minus 40, minus 35, minus 30, minus 25, minus 20. So those are all the click positions of the shock absorber as we're adjusting the damper. So now with the clicker, we can move that whole curve up or down to provide more resistance to rebound or less. Where the stock shock has one curve, hope you like it, right? It's going to work good at one bump frequency. And you can see how the curve is actually doing this. And
you can a bit. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Depending on how I hold it, it can,
that's right.
Yeah. That. But yeah, here, sorry.
It is more of a curve. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a curve. So there's no real bump here. It's just curving nicely and sloping down, adding resistance as the shock goes faster. So this is a very nice curve. And once we have a dual rate spring, that curve is even more important, right? That we match that. And then here is just a quick. This is what we call sweeping the compression adjuster. So we can see here.
So you can see it change there too. Yeah, cool.
Now, really, that's not. Sorry?
When you say 24 inch per whatever, that's not the length. It's 24 1-inch increments, or what is that measuring?
It's 24 inches per second. That's a measurement of the shock speed.
But it's not 1 second to go 2 feet. It's 24 little inches.
The dyno is my dyno right now is set to 2 inches stroke, right? So, and that's pretty normal to evaluate a shock absorber. We can set it to 1 inch or 2 or half inch, whatever. But that's just the speed of the dyno. We have got other curves that we can look at, which is force versus position, which will give you a football shape as the thing is cycling back and forth. It'll give you a round curve. I don't know if I have any of those curves within reach, but we find the force versus velocity curve to tell us the most about what is happening in the damper.
So if it's set at 2 inches, it's doing 12 pumps in 1 second. Am I right on that, or am I confused?
You're probably right. Yeah, I haven't done that math backwards, but sounds right. Yeah, she's going woo, 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 it's pretty fast.
It's pretty fast. So, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of cool. Mike says he likes his Smart Shocks. They work very well. Just wondering how you could improve his handling.
So the improvement in handling is getting the A arms flat, right? And then the limiter strap allows you to kind of to change the bias between the center shock and the ski shock. Yeah, that's kind of it. Making sure he's got a good carbide in there that'll follow the terrain, and our flash, if he hasn't got it, will help the handling as well too, as well as the comfort. But a lot of it is keeping the suspension dynamically in the right zone so it continues to handle as it goes through the bumps. Because we can spend a ton of time getting the springs perfect, right? But then when he drives the snowmobile, if the damping isn't right, if the rebound is too slow in the rear, for example, he'll go through the chop and it'll just do this and then lift the skis up and it won't handle. So in that case, handling and damping are very, very relevantly related, right? So
yeah, it's a Gen 5 900R, and he's got some go fast parts on it from Chris there. So it's probably could use some help with the suspension from you for sure.
Yeah. So there again, the right torsion springs, dual rate ski springs, limiter strap. We have on the Pro 40 that's on the center of any machine with Smart Shocks is a Pro 40 EA3 or conventional Pro 40 shock. We have a beautiful dual rate spring for that shock absorber, which is shorter than stock. So that as you advance a limiter strap into the zone, it's got to be in to handle well. It's not adding unwanted support. So
right on.
Oh,
and
cool.
We've got is that a high gear torsion bar?
It's a rocker link that High Gear's developed for the new like XC, XCR, CC skid Polaris, right?
Cool.
And we've kind of charted. I haven't looked at the chart, but we did chart the motion ratio between the skid and the shock absorber. And this it softened the top of the travel and firmed the bottom of the travel. So it made the rear of the Polaris more like an R motion with this link. And that's the joking common complaint, is that the Polaris arguably has a better front end than the Ski-Doo, and the Ski-Doo arguably has a better rear end than the Polaris. And this from High Gear that we installed last week, we haven't tested it on the snow, but it felt amazing in the shop. So we're trying to keep them in stock now and put them on guys that want to make improvement. Our impressions were clouded a little bit because this same gentleman, we went with the long travel or the long torsion spring conversion on the skid. So there was 2 major upgrades, 3 counting the Elka, major upgrades to that customer's XCR 850.
That's pretty cool. This is Mike again. He changed his torsion springs. He put a stronger one in, a heavier one in, and broke his limiter strap. He already broke 2 of them. He installed 2 of them. What would cause that?
Generally, it's improper installation of the strap. The stock strap from BRP goes up around the top arm, goes down below the bottom arm, and then it's bolted in place, and then they put a zip tie to hold the top from bowing up. So I've seen it a few times where people have made an adjustment to the strap, but they're not choking it on the bottom shaft between the 2 rails. They've moved it up, and there's play in that strap. And what happens is under compression, the strap will hang down and the track will hit it. And it only takes about 200 or 300 kilometers, and the strap will erode through the track will erode through the strap and break it. So that's the only time I've seen a strap break. is when it hasn't been installed properly. And I apologize if I'm insinuating anything, but hopefully his dealer put it on, but yeah, a couple of times. And I've seen, we had one track link we've probably sold 1,200, 1,500 track links in the last 4 or 5 years. And I've seen one fail, and it was from improper installation at a dealer. Where
and
gentlemen,
that's what happened. He says that's what happened, really. So that's great. Good advice.
Yeah. So just make sure she's choked up on that bottom arm tight when the washers, so it can't go down and get contacted by the track. So
yeah, right on.
Good insight.
There you go, John.
I guess.
Yeah. So your wife's maybe not getting a box of chocolates because he's getting all this free diagnostics from you tonight.
Well, just to be clear, Erica's our admin, and that's not my wife. Jen does all the shots.
Okay, sorry.
So there's two.
That's right.
The staff is we're very, we're very not sexually balanced. What are we? We have equal
gender balance.
Equal opportunity employer here. So
how many employees do you have there?
There's four of us on payroll.
Right on. Tight ship
and then,
too. I love it.
And then the dog, he's not on payroll, but he works here for sure. So 5.
He identifies as a test pilot.
Yeah. So this is that same XCR. The gentleman also put a big wheel kit in, and that photo is actually excellent. It shows, if you look in that top window there, it shows the clearance between the top of the shock mounting bolt and the track.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
And that's what that big wheel kit was designed to do, was to just lift the track away from contacting there. Because if you ever stud the dead nuts middle of your track, the backer plates can cause some trouble, right? Because on a Ski-Doo, on all the manufacturers, on the center shock, this is a rear shock, obviously, but on the center shock, the track runs super close to the top of the shock, right? And if a stud backer plate starts to come loose, it'll just eat that aluminum shock. Whoever manufactured it, it'll just cut it apart. So,
right on.
Now, Gary, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So I was going to say, in the last photo, if you move your head, my tech Andrew had to, so move your head. So you can see the bottom right-hand corner of that wheel, like the 5 o'clock position.
Yeah, there's a pin or something, right?
Well, that's the rotator for the preload eccentric, right? So we've removed it because we had to get that wheel in place. You got it. So that's where that 3-position cam goes for preload. And Andrew had to put those things on the lathe and cut a groove in them because the wheel's so big it contacted it. So it wasn't the world's fastest install, that kit. So but anyway, we can go to the next photo. I'm just curious.
Yeah. What do you think of rear shocks with coils on, like the Lynx, if you were to have that on a Ski-Doo?
I'm laughing because I own one. We've got a 22 MXZ 600 with a coilover rear that we're testing just for shits and grins, and it works really good.
It works really good.
Good to know.
Now and I don't want to get too deep here, but if you look at where a torsion spring mounts on the rails of any snowmobile, it is a long way forward, right? And on the MXZ, it's ahead of the front arm, right? The front arm coming down contacts the rails, and it's ahead of that where the torsion spring mounts, right? So we get a lot of unwanted center support from the torsion springs. If I let that sink in for a second.
Yeah.
So as you, and it's weird, snowmobiles are weird. As you add preload to your torsion spring, you're actually pushing down on the front of the rails, not the back of the rails, the front of the rails. So it's, you know, and you've already got a center shock doing that. So
Yeah, right.
you know, it's with the coil over rear shock absorber that I'm testing on our MXZ is evaluating the pros and cons of removing the torsion spring and the way the torsion spring pushes down on the rails. So don't want to bore you with that project, but
Yeah.
it's interesting. It allows us to segregate the support in the skid like a Lynx, right? We've got a rear shock and we've got a center shock. We in a conventional R motion skid, we got a center shock and we got a rear shock and a spring that's pushing on the center. So
Yeah.
it kind of can confuse tuning, right? Like in handlebar effort, for example, right? Everybody thinks that you add weight to the skis, bar effort goes up, and it kind of doesn't, but that's a whole other podcast. But as you add preload to the torsion springs, you can decrease bar effort because you're lifting the snowmobile by pushing down on the center of the skid.
Right on. Now this one looks like it's worn into the idler wheel.
Yeah, so this is the new ice scratcher solution from BRP that showed up last year, and it bolts to the front of the skid. You can see in the top left photo there, that's the center shock, obviously, and then we can see the rear shock disappearing in the middle of the photo. So if you hook that torsion spring and if that bracket ices up, you can accidentally tuck it in behind and it'll nuke your wheel like that. So I just took that photo to educate somebody to pay attention when you're hooking your ice scratcher up to put it in the groove where it goes.
Corey Brock may or may not have had something similar happen to him.
No, his jumped under the wheel.
It jumped under the wheel when it popped. It popped out, Corey, right when we were riding, and it skipped under the wheel. And we had to tip the sled up on the side and junk.
That was a bad scene.
Just get QUALIPIECES scratches. Don't mess with these OEM ones.
I've found that one too will all, you know, there's also guys with reports of them on the Pro 40 snapping the knob off the compression adjuster, that ice scratcher too. So,
yeah, that's pretty crazy. Here's another piece of equipment that you've got here.
Yeah, that's a $600 tape measure right there. So that is a shock measuring tool, and it has the ability to pull the shock absorber, because some shocks have top out springs inside them that are actually holding them gently compressed. I don't think there's any snowmobile shocks that are utilizing that, other than a custom one I made for Kirk years ago that he podiumed with at Cane's Quest. But yeah, that one is what we're just showing is that's a Summit center shock, and I'm just purely measuring the center to center of that shock very, very accurately.
And then what are you using that for?
Again, I've been tasked with Elka. We signed an agreement to design Elka shocks, snowmobile shocks here at Accelerated Technologies for them. So we've inked an agreement. I'm providing them 6 bill of materials that will allow them, will give us fitment for about 190 snowmobiles that aren't currently on their website. So I'm in the midst of doing that right now. And this picture is just me purely getting an accurate center to center measurement of a center shock absorbers.
Right on. Another Polaris skid. This probably show the missing. Missing. There's 4 or 5 cool things in this photo. First of all, this is the long tail torsion spring that we've introduced, right, or that we're installing on this XCR.
So you can see right under the X of XCR is where the new longer torsion spring is mounting, right?
Yeah.
Right there. And the old hole is the one halfway underneath that rusty old torsion spring. See how much shorter?
Yeah.
And so I'm holding the spring that I took off and as to where it used to mount. And you can see how much spring is swept in that spring guide, right? People don't realize how much that spring is sawing away through that spring block, right? So which circles back to, hey, consider greasing your torsion spring, because that's what one looks like 1 year old. That's a 1 year old XCR. And look how rusty that spring is, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see,
Does moving that block back give you more leverage, or how does that change the action of that spring?
Gary, that's a whole other podcast.
Well, I bet.
On some of my MXZs, I've got 4 or 5 holes in the rails at different lengths to evaluate the different effective spring rates you get from choking up or lengthening out on where you pick up on the torsion spring. Basically, the farther out you are on the torsion spring, the more leverage you have over the spring, so the softer it acts, right? And the shorter you choke up on it, the spring acts stiffer. So there's that. But there's also the residual downward effect. This is a perfect example right behind your head of moving the spring pickup from ahead of the front arm to behind the front arm, right?
Yeah.
And this one is dramatic. That's things like those 2 holes are 5 inches apart.
Oh, they're crazy, the distance they're apart from each other.
Yeah, and we found pretty significant center support side effects, if you will, of even moving that thing 10 millimeters, half an inch front to back, will change the amount of push support on the front of the rails from moving the whole of your torsion spring. So,
yeah.
And I said there's a few cool things. The other one is you can just see our greasable spring guide there with the grease filling there. And I remember I said that was a 1-piece nut collar design. So the wrench flats, those are wrench flats to hold on to it while you're pulling the bolt in from the backside.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then this is the sled that has the high gear, the Lynx relocation kit, the big wheel kit, Elka stage 5s, front to back. Yeah,
nice.
that was a very nice job.
Troy says, geez, sounds like John should be on a Snowmobile Sessions mini series.
No kidding.
Here's a question for you. John, why is there no adjustment knob on the rear shock of a Smart Shox sled?
That's because the owner of a Smart Shox wants those magic 3 options, no more, right? So I think they removed the knob so that the poor guys at the dealership wouldn't have to explain one more thing, right?
Yeah,
but
true.
For $38, we can sell you a knob, put it on the back of that shock, and it works amazing. So you can when you're going through our flashes, you can pick your favorite flash for that day, for those trail conditions, and then you can add or remove rear support to change the bias of the sled, and it works really good. It works really good. So
sweet.
I think they wanted to keep the sled simple, but hey, you can put a knob on there and utilize it, and it works fantastic. It does have an effect over and above the settings from the flash from the Smart Shox.
So it's there, it just doesn't have a knob.
Yeah. You can even in a pinch grab a pair of needle nose pliers and play with it if you want to, and
turn that. Yeah. Uncle Buck says, what's the biggest advantage of the long tail springs on this XCR?
From the guys that I've talked to that have tested it, it's apparently the stability of the skid pounding through the bumps. It's less, prone to doing this. It kind of now, cycles through because we've taken the torsion spring and we've mounted it way farther forward. I think the skid is far more. It almost acts more coupled. I
hear you. Our motion like.
It's not being so pitchy because with the super short torsion spring on the Polaris, conventionally it's got a center shock and it's got a rear shock, and they're very divorced in their function, which works good in an uncoupled environment through the bumps. But I think lengthening the torsion spring really probably settled the skid down through the chop is what I imagine. I haven't ridden it with that kit in there or with the upgraded torsion springs, but just from what I've learned about playing around with the mounting location and the amount of ski pressure you can add or subtract with that mounting location, there's a lot of stuff going on there, and it's basically, I think it's flattening out the skid frame through the chop.
Yeah, doing that, like when you're moving mounting positions and stuff, that's your experience and knowledge of the suspension. It's not something you'd recommend a DIYer just start drilling holes in their skid and moving parts around. But you've done that.
We've tested the hell out of some stuff, and for example, I had 4 mounting locations drilled and prepared for testing. And I went to the one extreme, and the torsion spring, because we do stuff like designing shock absorbers, we have to cycle the suspension full up to full bottom, right?
Yeah.
So when we go to full bottom, if you've moved your torsion spring like 10 millimeters too high, the end of that spring will do this and point straight up at the track and can catch the track. So no, I would leave drilling holes. I don't going to say to the professionals, but just be cautious, before you just, change that mounting location. If you want, you go for it. We disconnect the torsion spring at the back and then cycle the skid completely to bottom and watch where that tail goes on the spring to make sure it doesn't get into trouble, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Very cool. That's another shot of it from a different angle there. So, yeah, and there's something else that you have is it looks, maybe you don't have them in here, but your bushings, your torsion spring bushing kits were really good as well.
The greasable ones?
No, the actual that go
inside.
Well, that's the back inside that spring there. Yeah.
Yeah, those we can't take credit for. Those we get from High Gear.
Yeah, the High Gear ones. Yep.
And they, we use them upon occasion when we want to massage the effective rate of the spring, I will say, because that's another topic of discussion of what do those things actually do. Do they add rate? Do they add preload? What are the benefits of those torsion spring guides? But yes, that's a High Gear invention, and they did a great job, and we use them occasionally in our setups.
Nice.
So this photo, remember I mentioned there was a couple of generations of the greasable spring guides, right?
Yes. Yep.
And we've picked the newest generation to adapt our kit to. So this photo, right. I don't know if you've ever changed these on a Renegade or an MXZ, and sometimes there's a washer or two behind the old spring guide. And this photo is just saying with the new ones you get from us or the new generation, you don't need that washer because they have the offset engineered into them already.
So you can see that part where the bolt's going through is thicker on yours than the stock one.
Exactly.
It's unfortunate because you can't see in the picture how much worn out that one on the right is. I can see it here, but on my screen I can't.
Yeah, in the lighting of that image, you can't see how much erosion is there, and I've got some kicking around somewhere that are sawed like right through. They're crazy. They're into that steel bushing, and some of them are sawed halfway through that bushing and into the bolt. It's crazy. So,
yeah,
and hopefully greasing them will help prevent that.
Cool. And then this is the stock X. Is this an X or an XRS? Just showing that AR manual, right?
Yeah, by the front grille, that's the badge for an X package, and that's showing the stock arm angle and clearly showing the stock spring on that X package shot, and that's got that plastic collar on the top of the shock. And one of the problems is when you wind that thing, you'll expose numbers 1 through 5, right, as you add preload for those that have played with it. And when you wind it up to hit 1, you bang, it stops. You run out of threads. And there is still 10 millimeters of preload on that spring. And, we always start at 0 preload on those things. So it's
right.
Our dual rate kit, maybe it's your next photo, but we designed our spring pair to be 10 millimeters shorter so that you can, there it is there. You can actually get to 0 preload with our dual rate kit, and bam, you can see how flat that thing's sitting. And if you look, there's still a ton of shock shafts showing, right? There's still a lot of travel there. And please remember that after the crossover has locked out the tender, the main spring we've chosen is significantly stronger than the stock spring. So it gives you better comfort and better anti-bottoming protection, which is hard to imagine in one setup. And it also dramatically improves the safety and the handling of the snowmobile by bringing the ride height down a little bit.
So bringing that front end down a bit. First off, the first question is, how much lower is it than a stock one? Are we talking 1 inch? Are we talking 2 inches? Like it looks dramatic, but is it really that dramatic?
On an X package, I could give you some firm numbers, but I think it's around 2 inches at the bumper.
Right on.
So,
okay, cool.
Which is a fair bit,
That's a lot. Yep.
Yeah. When we've a rider will generally feel 4 to 5 millimeter change in ride height and the ensuing benefits or negatives if you've gone the wrong way. On a motorcycle, you can feel one millimeter. A good rider will feel that in a change. So to drop something 50 millimeters is pretty dramatic in terms of an improvement. We're giving the rider. So, and there will always be detractors that say, "Oh, that's too low." Well, if you're going through a field full of boulders, put the preload up, lift it up again. But if you're trying to get through a flat corner on a nice groomed trail, that sled's going to work amazing.
So you're dropping the front end.
Yeah.
Now, is the back end got a lower too to compensate for, or?
Well, typically, good question, Gary. The back end we're typically raising by adding preload, putting in the right torsion springs, because these things are notoriously undersprung in the torsion spring department. So, and we have that conversation with our customers. We'll say, "Hey, we raised the rear of the sled 2 inches and we lowered the front of the sled 2 inches. Wind your headlights up, because we've rotated the machine on its nose a fair bit." One of the accessories we sell for the Gen 4 is LED headlights because, and I know where we get them, but that's exactly what they're for. So for that exact reason, right? so that you can. And the other reason is I tell customers, I don't know if you ride much at night, but once you have one of our sleds set up well, your confidence is like here. And so you just magically carry a whole bunch more pace, maybe not even intending to. So you'll outride your headlights, right? So at night.
Yeah.
So
yeah. No, that's cool. No, I just was wondering what the theory is, because you'd think it would handle worse with the higher back end and a lower front end. Would you think of something, to me, wouldn't level be better? A completely level chassis be better, because you're flattening the front end. Wouldn't it make sense to flatten it, like, let's say that's latitudinally as well?
Mm-hmm. Well, I get it. And I think that was the whole mantra with the Mach, right?
Yeah.
Because the Mach, they not only dramatically undersized the torsion springs, they really dramatically undersized the torsion springs. Our French customer, one of our great French customers, he called it the Zamboni, because everywhere it went, it dragged its snow flap, right? So,
yeah.
And don't get me wrong, there is a benefit to a low rear end, because a Formula One car isn't pitched like that.
An Indy car is flat. Yeah.
The whole Indy car is flat, but Indy cars don't have a center shock.
There you go.
That's the problem, right? Is we gain comfort from keeping the R motion skid in the top third of its travel, like we talked about before with the rising rate of the linkage. There's comfort benefits to be had keeping it high, and there's handling benefits to be had keeping the front end a flat
low.
Like that.
Yeah, that's flat and low. Yeah, I get it.
That's where all the weight of the motor is.
That's a perfect explanation, actually. Thank you. Like, I just didn't know. I'm not an engineer by any means, and you've forgotten more about suspension than I'll ever learn.
Yeah, we can basically, Gary, we can blame it on the presence of the center shock absorber, right? So
yeah, and that makes sense now. Yeah.
We have sleds testing on the snow that, to be honest, don't run a center shock absorber, right? So
yeah, we've
that's kind of a semi-secret that we would never sell that system.
Yeah,
but we have them out there, and they work unbelievably amazing. I wouldn't tell somebody with their Monster Energy cap on sideways to pound them through the bumps, right? Without a center shock in them. But those machines we can run low front to back. And if you ever encounter one on the trail, there's 4 of them out there. You won't see them for very long.
Yeah, wow, they'll be gone. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like it was talked about earlier in the chat. Like, Arctic Cat's been doing this for years. The big, tall spindles, flat A-arms. And I rode my buddy Moose, and I couldn't believe how much he was railing through corners, and not effortlessly, right? And it's all that flat A-arm that didn't tilt in the corners. And he was on like an Altiger 8000 or something back in the day, right? So yeah, pretty cool. They've been doing it for years. It's nice to see Ski-Doo catch up, right?
Yeah. They're, at some point we'll see them re-engineer the bulkhead to take advantage of the longer spindles they introduced here in 25. So they've gotten a bunch of the benefit, but I think there's still more available out there. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Good to know. There you go. This is an older sled here.
It's a 2020, but it's an RS 600 snowcross sled.
Right.
And that's just showing the triple clicker race shock, that's on that KYB Pro 46.
Yeah. And triple clicker, it's got a screw for each setting. Like, how does that adjust out? You see, it's a red, blue, and white, I think it is, or silver, I guess it is.
I'm going to say this a few times. That's a whole other episode, Gary.
Yeah.
but so what that cartridge is doing is it has high speed compression, low speed compression, and then tension And tension is a Japanese translated word for the pulling apart, which is, we call it rebound in North America, right? So
Yeah.
that's when you see TEN or 10 written on a damper. Usually it's a Showa. That's usually a Showa word, but here KYB has used it and it's talking about rebound. But I don't believe, honestly, you can control rebound from that location. And that shock behind your right shoulder, Gary, you should be able to see the actual rebound adjuster. There it is on that shock absorber.
Yeah.
See the regular slot screw there? There, yeah.
Right there.
So that's the actual
What do
true
you
rebound.
What do you think Ski-Doo got rid of the rebound adjustment on new shocks? That's always bugged me, right? Yeah.
Money, cost.
Yeah.
And I've heard numbers, crazy low numbers. Like when we were involved with motorcycle racing at the factory level, I heard the number that I think it was Kawasaki was paying, Honda was paying Showa something like $45 for a shock absorber. Now
Really?
that was times 10,000 pieces a year, right? Back to our discussion of why is OEM business attractive or unattractive to a manufacturer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So when the poor shock company is under those kinds of margin constraints, they are going to do everything they can to pull features off of a shock absorber, right?
Yeah.
It's just economics.
That also explains things like EA3 as well, right? Because originally, like, mine are 22 position top and bottom adjustments, but also I kind of a split off of that. I've always thought the reduction was because enough people don't ever tinker with their shocks. They just leave the shocks as they are when they get them. They ride it for a season. They trade it. They don't give a crap, right? So my thing is, why would KYB spend the extra money on these small margins to add features that the riders aren't going to use? I think it's kind of like there's two sides to it. There's no margins and people don't use the features. So it's like it comes back to it, right?
100%. And it cycles back to kind of education, right? If, some people say to me, I'm not going to adjust those. I got the clickers, but I don't want to adjust them. And I said, do you adjust the seat when you get in your truck? Yeah, of course I do. How many positions does it have? Oh, I don't know, 20 of them. It's infinite, right? Well, are you going to move it ahead until your feet touch the controls? Yeah. But you don't want to adjust your shocks. No. It's like, I don't know.
It's a good analogy.
It's education, right? If the dealer said to them, you got a compression adjuster. On maximum, you can go real fast and not bottom. And on minimum, it'll be comfy like a couch. There's 20 clicks. It's at -10 right now, and you tune it around till you find where you like it. And the guy go, okay, cool. And he might fall in love with -8 or -15 or whatever. And then if he's riding with his buddies real fast, he might wind it into -4. And then, hey, I've got a comfy setting and I've got a go fast setting. And he or she will appreciate the more segments of that adjustability. To dumb it down and only have 3 and they're frickin' 40% apart. That's the EA3 actually is one of the nicer ones because you can actually set it part way in between them and blend it, and it works okay. It's hard with 3 detent positions. It's hard to say, hey, I love 1.3, but now how am I going to get it back to 1.3, right? So, but yeah, as you mentioned, there's the mantra of less adjustability is better, and unless you know what you're doing, and then you want more. Right?
Yeah.
So this picture, this is a Summit that I'm in the middle of designing shocks for.
Cool.
And that's the center shock in there with no springs on it. So we're cycling the skid for any contact or interference. We're just checking for interference with the shock. So.
Yeah, right on. You got a couple springs there you're testing in it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, us viewing you, the spring to your on the right there with that gray cap on it is the OEM spring, and then the one right behind you is the Elka dual rate spring. So
nice.
Yeah.
How long does it take you usually come up with a design like this, like to actually start to finish from getting the sled to starting to tweak around with it? How long does it take you to develop a solution?
Well, that's a great question. I would probably say 30 to 40 hours to do it front to back, because I have to mimic the shock dimensionally for travel and center to center. So which I have to pick the length of the rod, the length of the body to give me the travel that I need. A center shock in particular is we got to be real careful that we engage that bump rubber. See the tan rubber bumper on the bottom of the shaft?
Yeah.
It's beautifully visible in this photo because the spring's not on it, right? And it has to engage that. Yeah, you're
straight over there somewhere.
Yeah, there. But we have to make sure we don't engage that too early before the rail bumpers, right beside your glasses in the photo. That's the rail pad bumper, which is the true bottom for the suspension as it hits the upper arm, right?
Yeah.
So we can't engage the shock bumper too much before the rail bumper or we'll bend that bottom shaft. So we've got to engineer that very carefully. And then we cycle the shock on the dyno, the OEM shock, and then we try to, if we have the capability, or in the case of the Summit, I'm working with a gentleman by the name of Brad, who is an advanced rider with a lot of experience with the Summit, and he's been able to give me some great feedback on what are the weaknesses of the OEM shock and spring calibration from the Summit, from BRP. Because a no-brain, like if we thought, okay, the stock KYB is good, it's just not adjustable, then I could choose on the dyno, like on that graph we showed, to make it softer and firmer with the clicker.
That's wicked.
But a good rider can say, don't do that. That shock is weak. I want full soft to be able to mimic that shock and just go stronger. So that's valuable intel that I need when I'm picking the valving settings inside that shock absorber.
That's wicked.
Yeah, so it's fun and it's cool and it allows us to because we can't just sell an expensive shock. It's got to be way better than the stock one to be able to stand on those laurels of its investment, right? So
yeah, for sure. Chris Watson says, thanks, John. That's why I like shows like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do or understand anything. He learned so much tonight.
Hey,
very cool.
Thank Gary for having me on. So
hey,
appreciate
anytime.
Yeah. There's a good thumbs up.
This is the good thumbs up.
That's awesome.
So this photo is I've crushed that shock to bottom, right? And we've lost a little lighting in it, but above your head, we can see that we've just kissed the rail bumper and the bumper in the shock has just been engaged. So that bumper, the conical shape of that bumper is designed to shatter ice and get it out of the pocket of the shock and not lock the shock absorber and bend anything. So the timing of when the shock bottoms to when the rail bumpers bottom is important. So,
you never think of that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That Troy's just replying to Chris. He says, absolutely, Chris. After the first time John was on, I had a far better understanding of suspension and took the time to play with settings. So worth the time to do it when it's understood. Far nicer riding. So No, we appreciate all the free advice here. That's for sure.
The favorite part of what we do is passing on education and because some of these sleds have so much adjustability, and the dealer unfortunately doesn't always have the time, or the staff doesn't have the expertise available to really walk them through what all of these things do. And we love selling a guy or girl a little bit of product that's going to best help them out, and then explain them, okay, now you have the ability to do this and go in that direction and go this way and go that way. And this is when you do it. And when do I shorten my limiter strap? When do I lengthen my limiter strap? Under what criteria? And what do I do with my coupler blocks? And the numbers 1 to 4, what's going on? We love passing on that info during a setup. And and you just see the sparkle in the eyes that they've learned something that they can't wait to get out there and play with and apply, right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
So have we bored enough people tonight or what?
No, we still got 51 in the chat.
Holy crap.
I know. Holy crap is right. And it's 4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah. So
the first time you conned me into, asked me to do this show, you said it was going to be an hour, and it was.
I told my wife it was an hour tonight. He didn't send me many photos. We're going to be quick. Lepoinski says that's incredible.
Yeah. What's he talking about? The thumb up or what?
Rob the old guy says great show. No, he says it's incredible. It's 4 hours. It looks like John, every year we're going to have to get him back on, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's fun. We learn a lot. We have a lot of fun stuff going on.
For sure. No, and I know we've all got work tomorrow too, but let's go through the rest of the photos and we'll answer any questions that pop up. But let's keep this rolling.
Yeah. So this is the center shock.
Yeah.
This is the center shock that I've developed for the new Summit, and spanning off into the distance is the dyno curve, with the closest one showing the OEM shock, and then the progressive revalves of the Elka as I've taken it apart and recalibrated the valving inside the shock to make it better and better and better. So it's just kind of a neat photo.
Yeah, it is cool. Those shocks are gorgeous. Like that, the Elkas look so good, right? Oh, that was the last photo. Here we go.
Yeah. So now we can just whip through some questions if there's any outstanding.
I think we have most of them.
I think we answered all the questions. Chris Watson says you've got a future customer here. John, as soon as the budget permits, he's going to take your drive down to see you. Mike says he's going to have to come visit you one day and get him on his channel. And away we go. Cool. We've got lots of but I really appreciate your time tonight, and everybody that's in the chat. Give the show some support, a big like. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. And I really thank you for your time tonight, John. It's been amazing.
Where can people find you, John? Social media or website or otherwise?
Shout that out again.
Yeah, we've got a Accelerated Technologies. We've got 2 Facebook pages, one for snowmobile and ATV, and one for motorcycle. So be selective when you find us. You can like or follow whichever page you want. They're both, and if you look through them, we try to be very educational if we can. Very rarely do we, we're not preachy or selly. We just kind of want to help you guys out, and if we can make a little bit of a living doing it, then hey, it's win-win. So we have an Instagram account, which is good for videos and quick stuff, and then our website acceleratedtechnologies.ca, I think is what it is, and we're switching it. It's morphing to e-commerce to stay up with the times. Cool. So that are all of our products, or a lot of our products. Sometimes we're developing them faster than we can get them on the website, and then yeah, it's been a fun journey. So hopefully we can help you guys out and ladies out, and yeah, keep it up. We love working with you guys, and Gary, thank you so much for having us on.
Thank you for all your support with us too. What about a phone number for your shop?
Okay, 705-657-9490 is our phone number. You can Google us or whatever, Accelerated Technologies. You'll find us on the web. So
Great. Lepoinski says thank you for all the information, John. Gary and Drew for putting on the show. Troy Park says great show, Gary. Thanks for sharing the knowledge, John. Chris Watson, great show, Gary and Drew. And again, congrats on the 10,000 subscribers for me. And yeah, everybody, Uncle Buck, he's in there. One last question. Rob, the oil guy, has a 99 Formula Deluxe. There's no shock available.
Yes. Again, if you're serious about keeping the machine and you want to put a shock into it, the best thing is to reach out to us, and we need to know the center to center dimensions and the stroke and the bushings, and we can have a look and see if we can find something that'll drop in, or we might have something used. Sometimes the shafts are rusted. So, but a lot of the unfortunate reality is a lot of guys with these 26-year-old snowmobiles, we spend a bunch of time with them trying to find something. And then we said, okay, we found one. It's $800. And they're like, what? I only want to spend $100.
That's right.
So,
yeah,
that's, Royal Distributing Kimpex for some of the older stuff. They have some selection criteria to help guys with older machines get something in there. And a lot of times we can service them. We can service those older shocks, but usually if the shaft is rusted, we have to get it re-chromed or replaced. So,
yeah. Whenever you call the shop, whoever answers is knowledgeable. Great customer service. Kevin Campbell says, thanks for the great information. Great show, Gary and Drew. Thanks for your time, John. Amazing information from Scott Bell. It just keeps going, so
awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
it's yeah, we could read these accolades all night. Just give this thing a like and a subscribe, and thank you again, John. We'll be in touch, but I really appreciate you coming on again and all the information. Another stellar show.
Hey, I'm glad we were able to fool so many people, right?
Yeah. No, it's really good. Thanks again. We'll have a good night, and we'll see everybody next week.
Take care, guys.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much, Gary. Take care, and congrats on the show. Good job.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Here we go.
See ya.
It's a journey for life, and I'm your ride. Hang on.
Where's my mouse? Here we go. Good night.
Okay, see